Previously on You Can Beat Video Games. Cecil Harvey was having a rough couple of days. He got fired from his job, tricked into blowing up a village, and just when things seemed to be looking up, his ship was attacked by the Leviathan, and his friends were devoured by the beast. To make matters worse, the Kingdom of Baron was now led by a mysterious man in black named Golbez. Using the power of Baron's Air Force, the Red Wings, Golbez had acquired 3 of the world's elemental crystals, and he kidnapped Cecil's girlfriend, Rosa. But there is a faint glimmer of hope. After trashing Golbez's Fiend of Earth, Cecil faced his demons and became a paladin. At the same time, Tellah the Sage learned the magic of METEO, the most powerful black magic spell in existence. Perhaps with this newfound power would have a chance against Golbez. But if he gets to the final crystal first, it could be too late. So now the race is on. Can we find the Crystal of Earth before Golbez? We'll find out today on You Can Beat Video Games. If you're new to the channel, we're doing deep dives on retro video games and giving you the professional strategies that can be used by the casual gamer. Please make sure to subscribe and check out youcanbeatvideogames.com for episode lists, news, and official You Can Beat Video Games merchandise. And please join our Patreon for access to an exclusive Discord community and a chance to vote on future episodes. Let's get started. Alright, Final Fantasy II Part 2. We have a lot to cover in this episode, so we're going to jump right back into the game. Cecil as a paladin has gone back to level 1, and you can see he has almost no gear. So now's the time to equip any of that paladin stuff you may have purchased back in Mysidia, and if you don't have all of it, like we're missing the armor right now, just equip the best item you have. If you did manage to pick up some of that paladin stuff, Cecil will be a serious tank, even at level 1. Tellah now knows all of the black and white magic spells in the game, including Exit and Warp, but neither of those will work here, so we're going to save the game, and we'll have to just climb our way out of here. This will be a good opportunity for us to level up Cecil, and here's our first chance to try out his new abilities. You may recall that when he was a Dark Knight, he was almost useless against ghouls and souls, but now, even at level 1, he was able to kill a soul in a single attack. That's because his Dark Knight weapons were filled with evil darkness, which is ineffective against undead or ghosts, but the Paladin-specific weapons are all imbued with holy light, which is quite good against these enemies. The zombies are weak against fire, but the souls absorb it, so if we hit all of the enemies with a big fire attack, we'll simply have to pick off the remaining souls, and it looks like Cecil gained 5 levels after that first fight. Let's take a look at his level 6 status. Bear in mind that 22 willpower is not natural, it's just because he gets plus 3 willpower for each piece of paladin gear that he has equipped, but it will make his white magic more powerful just the same. These ghouls and revenants are fairly basic. All they do is attack you and they don't do any counterattacks, so you're just going to have Cecil attack them and have your spellcasters use fire magic or curing magic against them. Fire 3 is probably overkill, but if we want to make sure that these guys go down, we can throw that out there. But it looks like Palom has them taken care of. And let's see how many levels we gain this time. It looks like Cecil gained 2 levels, and he learned the ability to peep. Peeping doesn't seem like a very paladinly thing to do, So maybe we didn't leave all of our darkness back in that mirror room. In any case, we're going to head down to the 7th station and continue across the bridge and down the stairs. We'll take a left at that stone and head down towards this doorway, and it seems that we've been attacked from behind, which is the worst possible type of attack. It's going to switch our front and back lines so that our spellcasters are in the front line now where they're more vulnerable, and our melee attackers are now in the back line where they're unable to deal as much damage. We're also surprised, so the enemies will get to do one full round of combat before we can act. We can use the change command to switch the front and back lines to normal, but that does come with a cost. It will waste a character's entire turn, and it does take a bit of time for the change to go through. We'll have Tellah do it here. So he's chosen the change command, and we'll wait, and finally the lines have changed. Now we're going to have Cecil attack those soul enemies, even though they're in the back line of the enemy formation, because we're going to use fire magic to clear out the others. And that'll do it. We were attacked from behind, but we still managed to prevail, and Cecil gained 2 more levels. After just 3 battles, Cecil's already level 10 and has 13 strength, 15 agility, and 25 willpower. Very good. We'll head through this door and continue our climb down. We'll go right past where we met Tellah earlier, and we'll slip out through this door. And that's going to bring us to the base station. We just need to make our way to the exit, and we can leave this mountain behind. But first, we have to face 2 souls and 2 red bones, and we were surprised this time. Souls and red bones are a bit more complex than zombies and ghouls. Souls always start out by using fire magic, and if you ever hit a soul with ice magic, they're not weak against it, but it will stop them from acting. So that's something good to know. If you ever leave a red bone as the last enemy on the battlefield and it gets its turn, it will use lightning magic against you, so it's good to try to wipe those out all at the same time. Just like with most of the other enemy formations, we're going to use fire magic on all of the enemies to wipe out the undead, and we're going to have Cecil focus on the soul enemies, which will be left after the firing. So 1 more attack from Cecil should do it. And let's see if he levels up again. Oh, Palom leveled up, and Porum, but not Cecil this time. Let's take a look at the twins. Porum is our white wizard, so willpower is the most important stat here. And Palom is a black wizard, so he's more focused on wisdom. Both of them are wearing some equipment to increase those values, but they will go up naturally on their own. And if we can just make it a few more steps, yep, we have escaped Mount Ordeals, and now's a great time to save the game, and if we head down towards the Chocobo forest, we can make our way back to Mysidia. But first we were attacked from behind by this raven. Whenever we had Cecil as a dark knight, he could attack and kill ravens in a single hit using his black sword, but now that he's a paladin, we'll have to kill them the old-fashioned way. We can be a little bit reckless with our magic here, because once we get to the Chocobo forest, we'll be able to refill it for free by talking to a white Chocobo. So we'll just continue heading towards that forest, and it's the raven again. Well, we're just going to speed through this battle. You know what to do. Use your strongest techniques, and it looks like Cecil gained a level. So now he's up to level 11, and let's take a look at his status. With 25 willpower, he actually has the same amount as Porum, who's a white wizard. So that's very impressive. We made it to the Chocobo forest, so now's a great time to use curing magic to heal everybody back to full HP, and then we can talk to a white Chocobo to get all of our MP restored for free. So once everybody has full health, we'll talk to this white Chocobo, and then we'll talk to a yellow Chocobo so we can catch a ride. We could head back to Mysidia right now, but we could also head up here and go to an area known as the Peninsula of Power. You won't be able to walk past these mountains while riding a Chocobo, but you can easily walk past them on foot. Make your way up to this area, and here's another raven. We'll just speed through this, because we're going to go to an area where we'll be able to fight enemies that are much more powerful than the ones that we would normally be fighting at this level. And here's that spot up here. Just like in the original Final Fantasy, the Peninsula of Power is dangerous, so make sure to save the game first. And we're just going to walk around in this area, and here are some of those enemies we were looking for. A panther and 3 sting rats. The sting rats hit hard with their needle technique, but it's the panther that you actually need to worry about. Whenever the panther is the only enemy remaining, it will use a technique called bluster, and bluster can instantly kill one of your characters. It's bad news. Of course, bluster doesn't always work, and we just saved the game, so we can be a little bit more reckless here. The way to get the most out of the Peninsula of Power is to kill off all of our party members except for Cecil, so that he'll get all of the experience points and not just 25% of them. So we'll whittle down the enemies, and then we'll start turning the attacks against our own team. A good blast of Lit 3 will take out any of our party members, and now you can see the panther is using that bluster technique, which is definitely something we should worry about. If Cecil gets killed, you're going to want to use a life potion to bring him back. And we did not mean to have Cecil attack himself. That's just kind of how it worked out there. And there's the bluster. Okay, that did our job for us. Now we can turn our final attack at the panther and receive 4,460 experience points, which is good to gain Cecil 3 more levels. After winning any battles on the Peninsula of Power, you're going to want to save the game, and I do recommend bringing Tellah back to life so that he can cast some spells during the next battle, but I wouldn't worry about bringing the twins back. That's just going to be more work for you to kill them off at the end of each fight. So we'll try to make it work with just Cecil and Tellah, and because we're saving between each battle, if we do get killed, it's not that big of a deal. We were also lucky enough to find a Cure 2 potion after that last battle, but if we were even more lucky, the Panthers can drop a Cat Claw, which is a weapon that we can't use right now, but we will be very happy to have when we find our next character, so be on the lookout for one of those. Tellah's Virus spell is a great way to deal with these enemies. It costs fewer magic points than Tier 3 elemental magic, and whenever it hits the enemies, not only does it deal a bunch of damage on the front end, but it makes them constantly lose hit points after they get hit by it. And they lose those hit points rather quickly, so you'll notice that that sting rat at the bottom just died because his HP ran out. The damage over time effect that you get from the virus spell is much faster and much better than the poisoning effect that you would get from the venom spell. With only the sting rat left, we don't have to worry about getting blustered by the panther enemy, so all we need to do now is get rid of Tellah so that Cecil can gain all of the experience points and not just 50% of them. Sadly, Tellah won't be in our party at the end of the game, but Cecil will be, so we want to make sure he gets all of these points. And this time he leveled up twice, and also learned the spell of Cure 2, which is one of the best spells he'll ever learn. You can certainly level up quickly here at the Peninsula of Power, and if you want to spend a bit of time here, you can build your characters up to such high levels that they will feel invincible in the next few areas. I mostly just wanted to show how it works, so I think that's going to be a good enough demonstration. and we can bring all of our characters back to life, quickly use a tent, save the game, and then we can start working our way back to Mysidia. Getting back to Mysidia from here is still quite a hike, so the fastest way to get back is to return to the Chocobo forest and ride a yellow Chocobo back to the village. So we'll head down here around the mountains and we'll continue to walk south towards the Chocobo forest. We got attacked by enemies again, but these are the ones that are normal for our level, so they're going to be way easier than what we were just fighting on the Peninsula of Power. And you can see just one tier 2 magic spell is enough to remove all of those guys, and we can get on with our lives. With those distractions out of the way, we'll continue down around the mountains, and we just need to head down from here. We can try to avoid the forests a bit, but we will need to cut through them to get to our ultimate destination. And this time we have to face the Raven with 3 cockatricks. As usual, because we're close to the Chocobo forest, we'll use our most powerful magics, and this time we finally got the Comet spell. So that one only happens about 25% of the time when you use your twin magic. It costs more magic points, and it doesn't seem to deal more damage. The only real advantage is that the Comet spell can go through wall magic, but I don't know why you would ever cast twin magic into an enemy wall. That's just asking for trouble. Just like the last time we were here, we can use some curing magic to bring everybody back to full health, and then we can speak to a white Chocobo to restore our magic points. After that, we just need to talk to a yellow Chocobo about getting a ride back to Mysidia. Let's get out of here. There were a lot of haters back in Mysidia that said I'd never become a paladin. I can't wait to see the look on their faces when I come riding into town on the back of a Chocobo with the legendary sword in my grasp. They are going to be so salty. Mysidia. You'll never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. Remember all those fools over at the inn? Let's see what they have to say. We still don't want to talk to the dancer. She'll turn you into a pig, but we can safely talk to the bartender now. He won't poison us anymore. If you just want to get on with your quest, the next thing we need to do is meet with the village elder, but a lot of people in town have new things to say, so we're going to chat with a few of them first. Another thing we can do here in town is visit the armor shop. The last time we were here, we didn't have enough money to purchase the paladin armor, but now that Dark Knight Cecil is forever lost in the mirror realm, we can sell off his old equipment and make a nice profit. So we'll get rid of the black sword, the black helmet, the black armor, the black shield, and the black gauntlets. We won't need those things anymore. With the cash we got from selling all that stuff, we can purchase any remaining paladin gear that we don't have, and make sure that you equip it. With all of the paladin items equipped, Cecil will get a total of plus 12 to his willpower, in addition to some very good defensive stats. Outside the shop, we can have a conversation with the white wizard that hid from us the last time we were here. And over on the right side, we speak to another white wizard that reminds us to never forget the spirit of the paladin. Oddly, this white wizard says that she's going to wish for us, but what she really means is she's going to pray for us. The translation team took a lot of care to remove any references to religion from the game. So we have like the Tower of Wishes here, and the spell of Holy was renamed to the spell of White. Once you talk to the Elder, you'll trigger a cutscene, so speak to anyone else you want to first, and the Elder will be very surprised that we survived Mount Ordeals. The Elder feels guilty for sending Palom and Porum to spy on Cecil, but I think we can all agree that it was appropriate. Even Cecil agrees. When the Elder sees the legend sword, It's almost as if he's seen it before. He's immediately drawn to an inscription on the blade, which matches a Mysidian legend. One to be born from a dragon. Whoa, wait a minute, Elder. Are you saying this legend is about me? And if it is, does that mean that my mother is literally a dragon? Because if that's true, that would be awesome. Ever since I was a little boy, I wanted to be a dinosaur, but a dragon is even better. As an orphan, I've spent a lot of time thinking about who my biological parents might be, but I never thought one of them might be a scaly, fire-breathing monster. Also, when human babies are born from a dragon, do they have a live birth, or was I hatched from an egg? I have just so many questions. Unfortunately, the Elder completely ignores my questions about my dragon mother, and instead decides to talk to Tellah about learning the METEO spell. You may have noticed that Tellah has access to the METEO spell now, but it costs 99 magic points, and no matter how many times you level up Tellah, he'll never have more than 90. Tellah intends to use the METEO to kill Golbez, even if it means casting it through some sort of blood magic ritual, which could be fatal. But there is another way to cast the METEO, a secret trick, and we'll use that trick in the next area. For now, it's time to return to Baron, where we can hopefully rescue Rosa. Technically, Palom and Porum's mission is complete, but they decide to stay on the team anyways. This is good news, because we're about to head into the belly of the beast, and we're going to need their help. Baron may seem far away from Mysidia, but not if you take the Serpent Road. It had been closed since the hostility began, but it's closed here on the Mysidia side, and the Elder is able to open it up. All we need to do is enter the Serpent Road, and we'll be instantly teleported to the city of Baron. From there, we'll just need to find our way into the castle. But first, let's take a look at this Tower of Wishing. We haven't had access to this area before. Up here at the top of the tower, the Elder and his two trusted aides are wishing very hard. It's nice to know when we're out there fighting the good fight that there are people back here wishing for us. Once you're done in the Tower of Wishing, we can head back down into the village. The crystal room sits empty, as it has since we took the crystal in the very beginning. But that was a different time, and we were a different person back then. For now, we'll head out of the Tower of Wishes, and over here on the right, we'll find the door to the Serpent Road. Just step on this white sphere, and we'll be transported across the sea to Baron. And we're traveling under the ground and under the ocean. Is this thing safe? Have any of you used a Serpent Road before? Tellah? Palom? Porum? Feeling a little bit green, and no, I think that we're fine. We've arrived here in the town of Baron. Well, that was easy. As soon as we get to town, we hear that Cid has been arrested for speaking out against the king. What's going on around here? The people seem very unsettled. Maybe we can find out more by visiting Cid's house and speaking with his daughter. But when we do, it doesn't seem that she has any answers, and maybe he doesn't know that he's been arrested at all. Should we tell her? Maybe Rosa's mother can shed some light on what's happening. And as we head towards her house, this woman says that a karate man was invited to lead the castle guard. It couldn't possibly be Yong, could it? Well, it doesn't seem that Rosa's mother is much help. And it doesn't seem that she knows that Rosa's been kidnapped, so I just don't think I can tell her right now. This kid misses the Dark Knight. Well, if you're looking for him, kid, you're going to have to climb Mount Ordeals and find him in the Mirror Realm. I can't really help you with that. The woman in red said that the Karate Man was hanging out at the inn, so we'll investigate that lead next. This kid essentially says that having a bunch of cops hanging around the motel is bad for business, and I can believe that, especially considering that they've been acting terrible in here. This guy wearing a festive purple shirt says that Cid was imprisoned for hiding his latest airship, and is that Yong? Well, whenever you talk to him, get ready to battle, because it's time for another fight. Before we can get to Yong, we'll need to face 2 guards, and they only have 200 hit points, so by using some sort of tier 2 magic and targeting both of them, you should be able to easily clear them out. They will use the size spell on you, which can shrink you down to mini size, but as long as they don't hit Cecil with it, it should be okay. Mini size will reduce your melee attack power, but you can still cast magic spells with no problem. Once the guards are gone, it's time to actually face Yong, but he seems to have lost his mind. What happened after he went overboard? This is another one of those story battles, so you don't want to waste any resources here. Yong will do real damage to your party, and it could potentially kill you if everyone had very low hit points, so try to keep everyone's HP high, and just parry with any characters that aren't going to cast curing magic. Yong will use his kick technique against our party several times, which does deal significant damage. We're waiting for him to say a chew. As soon as you see that message at the top of the screen, we can start attacking, and a good bonk should relieve Yong of his amnesia. So we're just waiting for the message, probably one more attack before he does it. And there it is, a chew, so we'll be able to attack him, and that will end the fight. Ouch! Meeting Yong here is very good news, because he's about to join our party. He has no idea how he escaped from Leviathan. He does remember watching Rydia get devoured by the beast, and seeing that must have been pretty traumatic, because that is the only thing he remembers from the entire incident. He doesn't remember what happened to Edward, but could that guy even swim? And with that, Yong officially joins the party. Once Yong joins the team, you'll automatically walk over to the inn's owner, who is very happy that we murdered those pesky guards and allows us to stay here for free. Well, that's pretty nice. I guess he also agreed to clean up the mess. In the privacy of the inn's bedroom, it's time for some more formal introductions. Of course, Tellah can't help mentioning that his daughter was killed by Golbez, and Palom introduces himself as a genius. It's probably good that we have a genius on the team, because after talking to the people around town, it seems like we're going to have to bust Cid out of prison. Does it seem like as soon as we heard that Cid was in trouble, we forgot all about Rosa? What about Rosa? Well, in any case, it seems that Yong has the key to the city of Baron around his neck, which is a major stroke of luck. With that key, we'll be able to open up the old waterway, a secret passage into the castle. After waking up refreshed from our stay at the inn, let's take a look at Yong's status. He's level 20 now, and has gained several levels since we saw him last. Now he has 23 strength, which is quite nice. He also doesn't have any equipment other than a leather armor, so we should hook him up with a pair of claws, a helmet, and some sort of accessory. So we'll give him the Thunder Claw, the Fire Claw, the leather helmet should be fine, and the silver ring. So that should be good for the moment. let's make our way outside. Accessing the old waterway is not the only thing we can do with the key to the city. We can also use it to finally get into the weapon and armor shop. I'm not sure how this business model works, but yeah, you definitely need a key to get in here. Once you're in the store, I recommend picking up a pair of Thunder Wands, one for Palom and one for Tellah. The Thunder Wand will give you +3 Wisdom, which will make your black magic more powerful, and if you use it as an item in battle, it will cast the spell of Lit 1 for free. Keep in mind that when you use an item like the Thunder Wand in battle, the spell that it casts is not boosted by Wisdom or Willpower, so if you were to actually spend magic points, the spell that you would cast would be more powerful. We'll mostly want to use the Thunder Wand against enemies that are already weak against lightning, and it's going to be very effective in those situations. If you want to get behind the counter, there's a hidden path in the lower right corner, and now we're in the armor shop, and it's a good time to sell off some junk. We're eventually going to have to do a dungeon where you can't use anything made out of metal, so you may want to save some leather helmets or ruby rings for that, but you probably do have a bunch of junk to sell off. Here in the actual armor shop, the Karate Gi is a fantastic piece of armor. The Karate Gi provides 5 defense and also gives you +3 strength. It's not made out of metal, so if you have enough money, you may want to pick up 5 of them for that no metal dungeon later. Once you've finished shopping, we can equip the things that we purchased. It's probably better to leave the Gaia gear equipped on our spellcasters, but we can try out the Karate Gis just for demonstration purposes. So we'll give these a whirl. We're going to leave the Paladin armor on Cecil. That's probably going to be better for him, but for everyone else, we'll try out these karate outfits. Once you're done buying things in the weapon and armor shop, we can sort our items, and then we'll head back through the secret passage and make our way out of the store. We need to go to that old waterway, so that's where we're going to head to next. So once you get out of the store, we're going to go down and to the left. This is the door we were looking for. It's locked, but just like the weapon and armor shop, we can use our key to the city to get inside. Don't miss this hidden chest on the right. It contains 1,000 gold pieces, but once you have it, you can head down the stairs into the actual dungeon. The first floor in the old waterway is fairly straightforward. If you head down to the bottom, you can find some treasure chests, but first, we've been attacked by 2 piranhas and 2 elecfish. Most water-based enemies are weak against lightning, but elecfish, by merit of being electrical, actually absorb lightning, so you're better off using a neutral spell here, like Ice 2. Neither the elecfish nor the piranhas are weak against ice, but neither of them absorb it, and since the piranhas only have 105 hit points, they'll easily be cleared by the magic, and the elecfish won't be far behind. With the experience points from that battle, Cecil has leveled up again and has now reached level 17. Let's take a look at his stats. Remember that willpower is because he's wearing all of that paladin gear, but he is a very effective healer right now. Down here we can find a Cure 2, an Ether 1, and a Life Potion, so nothing too exciting, but all helpful items. And then we'll head up across this bridge. Don't go to the right, that's a dead end. Go all the way to the top and then go to the right and down. Then we'll cut across here and head up across this bridge to the next floor. This floor features a lot of hidden paths and a lot of treasures, and apparently a lot of crocodiles. Crocodiles are weak against ice magic, and they have an interesting enemy behavior. Whenever a crocodile gets its turn, it will make 2 attacks against your party instead of the usual 1. All you really need to do to win this fight is have one of your black wizards cast Ice 2 on both of the monsters, but magic can take a while to cast. Have Cecil and Yong both attack the same crocodile, and they should be able to clear one quickly before the magic takes effect. Now that we've iced those crocs, we can get back to exploring floor B3, and there are a lot of hidden paths on this floor. They're all highlighted on the map, but if you want to get to the exit, you should just try to head to the right, but if you're looking for treasure, you could head down instead. Here we have a pair of hydras. These monsters are weak to both ice and lightning magic, so let's try out those thunder rods we purchased back in town. We'll have Cecil and Yong both attack the front hydra, and because these guys are weak to lightning, 2 shots from the thunder rod should be enough to clear one. And there we go. If you want to make sure to get them both, hitting the 2 hydras with an Ice 2 or Lit 2 spell will be enough to clear them, but those spells take a while to cast, so I like using the thunder rods. They're quick. Down here near this pool of water we can find a life potion, and then we'll head over here to the right where we can find another hidden passage. Before that though, we have to face 3 Elec fish and an aqua worm. The aqua worm has 638 hit points, which is quite a few, and even worse, it uses a wave attack that will damage the entire party. The good news is, if we can clear out all of the Elec fish so that the aqua worm is the only remaining monster, it will stop using the wave attack. Because the aqua worm has a lot of health and the Elec fish absorb lightning magic, we should target a Lit 2 spell at the aqua worm by itself. That should deal enough damage to take it out in a single shot. Once the aqua worm is out of the picture, take out the remaining Elec fish using Ice 2 magic or attacks from Cecil and Yong. It looks like the twins leveled up this time, and Porum learned the spell of Berserk, which is one we're definitely going to use. One great thing about the twins is the amount of magic points they have. They may not know as many spells as Tellah, but at least they have 117 MP to cast the ones that they do know. We've encountered some more monsters, and this time we were surprised by a crocodile and a trio of Elec fish. This is why you always need to make sure that you heal your characters between battles. We're going to take 5 hits from these enemies before we get a chance to act. Against this configuration of enemies, we want to use Ice magic. Ice 2 should do the trick. The crocodile is weak against ice, and the Elec fish are neutral towards it, so it should deal good damage to the entire squadron. On Porum's turn, we're going to use the Cure Staff as an item to restore some health to our party for free. We took a decent beating because we were surprised here, but no one is at critical health, so we don't need to use more powerful curing magic at the moment. We can wait until we're outside of battle and cast some curing magic then. It's always better to cast your curative magic outside of battle when possible, but if your characters are going to die, don't be afraid to cast a big cure spell during the battle. From here, if we head all the way to the right, we can start moving towards the exit, but if we go straight up, we can find the final treasure chest on this floor, which contains a life potion. We definitely need to do some healing. You should usually use Cure level 1 when you're curing outside of battle. You're going to get some benefits from willpower, which will make that magic more powerful, and Cure 1 only costs 3 magic points to use, which makes it more efficient than other more powerful cure magics. If you do need to cast cure magic in battle, you should use the most powerful cure magic that you have. And here we have an enemy variety pack, an aqua worm, a hydra, and a crocodile. Of the 3 enemies here, the Aqua Worm is the highest priority target because it can do that wave attack that damages our entire party. Unfortunately, the Aqua Worm is in the back line for the enemies, so that means our melee attackers would deal half damage when attacking it. Instead, what we want to do is use Lit 2 magic against the Aqua Worm, because magic doesn't care which row the enemy is in. As you can see, it dealt over 1200 damage and only needed to deal 638, and we can use Ice 2 to take out the crocodile, or maybe just a few melee attacks. Nope, the Ice 2 is going to get there first, and that's going to do it for this battle. And it also looks like we found an item. We got 10 poison arrows from the Hydra that we defeated. Nice. We'll have Porum cure our party. Couple cure ones ought to do it. And then we'll be ready to go. We're going to head up and to the right near this rock formation. We can just go through the wall here. But before that, we've been attacked from behind by 3 fang shells, a crocodile, and an alligator. If you ever wanted an easy way to distinguish an alligator from a crocodile, it's actually pretty simple. Crocodiles are green, and alligators are blue. They're both weak against ice magic, and they both attack twice when they get their turn, although crocodiles are the more powerful of the two. Palom took a real beating from that back attack, so we're going to need to heal him. We're also going to need to pick off a few of these enemies or it's going to be a problem. We can use Lit 2 on all of them, and that will hopefully get rid of the 3 fang shells. We can also use some melee attacks to take them out as well. Yong is equipped with the Thunder Claw, so he should be very good against a fang shell. And you can see he did over 800 damage to the one that he hit. And here's that Lit 2, which should clear out the other 2 fang shells. Very nice. And we have Tellah casting ice magic, which should remove the crocodile and the alligator whenever it resolves. But now we only have the alligator left, and that guy is definitely going down to a shot of ice too. It may have been overkill, but at least we survived, and Cecil gained a level. Before we take another step, we should definitely use some healing magic, so we'll have Porum take care of that. A few Cure 1s should fix up the team, and we'll be good to go. So we're just going to go through this wall and up to the door. We're getting very close to the next save point. We just need to make it a little bit farther. At the top of this ladder, you can find a hidden path on the left that leads to a treasure chest. But first we have to face the Aqua Worm, the Hydra, and the Crocodile again. You may notice that there are some different enemy formations that you can encounter on this floor versus the previous one, but this particular encounter is the same. If you'd like to conserve magic points against these guys, you may want to just use your Thunder Rods against the Aqua Worms and have your melee fighters pick off the Crocodile and the Hydra. Once the Aqua Worm is the only enemy left, it won't do the wave attack anymore and will only attack a single party member when it gets its turn. We're so close to a save point right now that we could be a little bit more reckless with our magic points, but if you're running low, that's a good way to take on this battle. Also, if you're running out of magic points, this treasure chest contains an Ether 1. And on the way back, we encountered not 1 but 2 Aqua Worms this time, but they're less dangerous when they're not paired with other enemy types, because when there's 2 Aqua Worms and no other types of enemies, they don't do the wave attack, they just do their normal single attack. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't take them seriously, it just means they're a little bit less threatening than they may appear. One big blast of Lit 2 should be enough to take out both of them, and it was. And for that we get 480 experience points. Not bad. From here, we'll head up through the door, but before that, we have to face 2 Hydra and a guard. We've seen the Hydras before, so you know that they're weak against both ice and lightning magic. But you may be surprised to find out from the look of the guard that it's actually a mage-type enemy, and if you use magic against it, it will counterattack with the Piggy spell. Because it's a mage, it is a good enemy to use Psych against so you can steal some MP, but you will have to deal with that Piggy counterattack. So we're going to have Tellah use Psych against the guard, and we were able to snag 10 magic points for our trouble. But Cecil was transformed into a pig. Not actually that big of a deal, it doesn't hurt his melee ability. And maybe, if we're lucky, the guard would cast Piggy on Cecil again, which would transform him back. Alright, 1 big melee attack should finish this guy easily, and with that, the battle is won. This time the twins both leveled up, and they both learned useful spells. Palom learned the Virus spell, which we know is very powerful, and Porum learned the Exit spell, which could be handy to get us out of a dungeon. So we'll be happy to have both of those. Casting Piggy is the most efficient way to remove the status, and then we'll have Porum use some white magic to heal the party. Once we're ready to go, we'll continue up through this door, and that will bring us to floor B1, and through this door, we'll find the save point. We're getting dangerously low on magic points, so we are going to use a tent here, but there is going to be a free place for us to stay just ahead, so if you think you can make it a little bit farther, you may want to save the game and not use a tent this time. Also in this same room, you can find a hidden passageway that leads to this treasure chest. Inside we'll find a weapon called the Ancient Sword, a weapon that can inflict curses on any enemy that it hits. Unfortunately, it's not as powerful as the Legend Sword, so we're going to keep the Legend Sword equipped for the time being. Sadly, the Ancient Sword is a bit outclassed at this point in the game. It can also be equipped by Kain, but by the time we get him back, I'm sure we'll have something better for him to use. And that brings us here to Castle Baron. Once we get to the actual castle, there won't be any more random enemy encounters, and you'll find a hidden entrance down here in the lower left corner. We did use a tent before just to be safe, but I mentioned that there was a free place to stay just ahead, and that place is up here at the top of the left tower. It's good old Cecil's room. Now, I have no idea how all 5 of us fit in this tiny bed. It looks cramped when Cecil's sleeping there alone. Maybe we take turns or something? But in any case, when the day breaks, we're all refreshed and ready to go. From here, we need to make our way to the throne room, but when you get to the stairway labeled B on the map, be ready to fight. As we cross the first floor, we hear a familiar voice. It's Bacon! Bacon welcomes us back to Baron, and it seems that since we've been gone, he's become captain of the guards. We're going to need all the help we can get, so Bacon joins the party. Or at least it seems like he joins, but Palom and Porum smell a rat. Or you could say, they smell Bacon. At first, Bacon tries to feign innocence, but the jig is definitely up. Palom and Porum know for sure that he's a monster, so it's time to face the next boss. Bacon the boss has 3 parts, and you'll need to clear all 3 of them to win this fight. The left and the right arm only have 350 hit points each, while the body has 10 times that many with 3,500. Unfortunately, if you kill the 2 arms, the body will revive them. The good news is if you only kill one of the arms, the body won't revive the arms until you kill both of them. So the plan is to get rid of the left arm, that's the more dangerous of the two, and leave the right arm in play. We're also going to cast the Berserk spell on Yong and Cecil. This will make us unable to control them, and they'll only do an attack each round, but they'll deal twice as much damage. Whenever you use magic against the body, it will counter by putting up a wall, so make sure that the first magic spell you use against the body is a good one. I recommend Ice 3. Because our Berserk characters are attacking random targets, they may accidentally remove the right arm. In that case, the body will revive the two arms and will want to get rid of the left arm as soon as possible. Whenever we do finally kill the body, we need to make sure to get rid of any arms that are left right away, because they can explode, and the explosion will kill the arm, but it'll deal heavy damage to a member of our party. So that's the basic gist of the strategy. Anytime the left arm is there, make sure to get rid of the left arm, but leave the right arm so that the body won't recover them both. Use Ice 3 to get a jump start on getting rid of the body, and then have your berserked melee attackers take it the rest of the way. Once there are only arms left, quickly take out any remaining arms so that they don't explode, and you should have no problem winning this battle. Before we move on, let's talk about a way for Tellah to cast a METEO without dying. You need to waste most of his MP so that he has two spells next to each other, one that he can cast and one that he can't. Highlight the one that he can't cast, then move over onto the one that he can. Then you're going to press A and towards the one that he can't cast at the same time. If you do it right, the game will let you cast the more expensive spell, and after you do so, Tellah will suddenly have a ton of magic points, and he'll be able to cast METEO. METEO takes a very long time to cast, but it deals a ton of damage, and it cannot be reflected by an enemy's wall. So we just need to kind of wait for it to go off here, and we can kill Bagan in a single shot. It's really that simple. Any character that can cast magic outside a battle can take advantage of this glitch, but it will never be more exciting than it is with Tellah, so that he can finally cast that METEO spell. With Bagan out of the way, we are not done here in Castle Baron. We still have another boss that we need to face in the throne room, and after this fight, sadly, Palom and Porum are going to be leaving our party, so now is the time to unequip all of their gear. So just take all of it off. You won't actually need it to fight the next boss. We should have no problem, even without them wearing any equipment. Yong isn't going anywhere, but we want to make sure that he has both the Thunder and the Ice Claw equipped, so that we could take advantage of the next boss's dual weaknesses. Once you're ready, make your way up through the doors into the throne room. The king awaits. The King of Baron was like an adoptive father to Cecil, but lately he's been acting strangely. And now we know why. It seems that the true King of Baron was killed and replaced with an imposter. I guess when you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die, so it's time for us to execute this usurper. With his kingly robes discarded, we can see the beast's true form. It's the Fiend of Water, Kainazzo. Kainazzo is an interesting boss because he changes his weakness during the battle. When the battle begins, the boss is weak against ice magic, but as soon as he brings up his water shield, he'll suddenly become weak against lightning magic instead. So to start, you should always have Palom cast Lit 2 against this guy, so as soon as he gathers the water, that spell will be cast and it will disrupt the water shield. If you don't disrupt the water shield using lightning magic, Kainazzo will unleash a devastating wave attack, and you would definitely like to avoid that. From here, you want to have Porum cast Slow and have Tellah cast Ice 3. As long as Ice 3 resolves when Kainazzo does not have the water shield up, it's going to deal so much damage that it will be almost enough to kill this boss outright. And with the damage that we dealt to it before, that should be the finishing blow that takes out Kainazzo. So the very easy way to defeat this boss is with the 1-2 punch of having Palom cast Lit 2 followed by Tellah casting Ice 3. Now if things don't work out and the boss goes inside of its shell, do not stop your attack. With a lot of bosses in this game, whenever they take up a defensive position, you should stop attacking because they'll have a very powerful counterattack, but Kainazzo is not like that. Whenever Kainazzo goes inside of the shell, he will take reduced damage and he'll try to cure himself using a remedy spell, but that's only going to restore 400 hit points. Hit this guy with a big tier 3 magic attack and a few melee attacks, and it shouldn't take too much to finish him off. And with that, we've defeated the second of the 4 fiends. That's 2 down, 2 to go. Once the battle is over, we'll finally be reunited with our good friend Cid Polendina. Or at least it looks like Cid. Palom and Porum better sniff this guy and make sure he's not a monster. Well, it seems that Cid has managed to bust himself out of prison, so I guess he didn't need rescuing after all. When he finds out that Golbez kidnapped Rosa, he's even more incensed. It doesn't seem like Rosa is here, but with Cid's help we'll be able to acquire an airship, and that should certainly help us find her. Now that Cid is an official member of our party, we'll take the time to introduce him to the rest of the team. Cid may be an engineer, but he's actually a very useful melee fighter. We'll want to put him in the front row and have him beat down the enemies. Cid uses wrenches, which is a special weapon type that only he can wield. Of course, whenever he uses one in battle, it sure looks a lot like a hammer. Cid does have one other ability called Peep. Peep works similar to the Peep spell and allows Cid to see enemy weaknesses as well as how many hit points they have left. It's not the most exciting ability, but hey, at least it's free. As we exit the room, we see Palom and Porum goofing off for the last time, because as we enter this hallway, the ghost of Kainazzo springs a trap. After a cryptic speech and an evil laugh, the true nature of the trap is revealed. Everything begins to shake, and suddenly the walls start closing in. The doors are locked. We're trapped. No, R2, shut down all the trash compactors on the detention level. With little time left, it suddenly seems like Palom and Porum have an idea. They look at each other and just know what needs to be done. As the room crumbles around us, the twins start saying their goodbyes. What do you two have planned? Can't we try to break down the door or something? But there's just no time. As the room gets smaller and smaller, the twins brace themselves against the wall and cast the stone spell. The transformation into heavy stone is enough to stop the walls from moving, but the twins are lost. In the aftermath, Tellah tries in vain to heal the twins, but there's nothing that can be done. A curse inflicted upon themselves will be very difficult to break. We will certainly miss Palom and Porum, but this is the end for them. They will not be joining our party again. All we can do now is promise to avenge them, as we've promised to avenge so many others already. On the plus side, now that the walls have stopped moving, the doors are unlocked, and we can finally leave this hallway. Maybe the walls would have just stopped moving on their own. I guess we'll never know. But before we move on, let's check in with Golbez and Kain and see what the bad guys are up to. Seeing the high-tech look of this place, I'm pretty sure this is not Castle Baron, so we're going to have to go somewhere else to free Rosa. Golbez and Kain seem to be hatching a plan. A hostage exchange. The plan is simple. They need the Crystal of Earth, and Cecil wants to get Rosa back. So they'll simply suggest that they can trade Rosa for the crystal. Maybe that will work. It seems like Kain thinks that this will somehow garner him favor with Rosa, but yeah, it's just not working, bro. Back at the castle, we've escaped from the trap hallway off screen somehow. Perhaps the only thing more surprising than a hidden trap hallway built into a pre-existing medieval castle is this giant hangar that Cid had hidden with an airship inside. Yeah, I guess that's been there all along? Be honest with us, Cid. Did you build that wall trap? I'm not sure anyone else could have done it. Well, even if Cid did build the wall trap, he certainly made up for it by providing this airship, which is called the Enterprise. Guess he's a Star Trek fan. And just as the crew had beamed up from Castle Baron, another airship appeared. Alright everybody, attack formation. Shields up, let's go. But wait, the white flag? For surrender? Of course, after seeing that cutscene, we know that it's Kain. That dirty swine. When we finally see Kain again, he seems surprised that Cecil is alive. Yet 5 minutes ago, he was proposing a plan to Golbez that featured Cecil prominently. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Cecil asks about Rosa, and Kain says she's worried. I'm gonna need more than that, Kain. I'd like to see proof of life. You're gonna have to take a picture of her holding this morning's newspaper or something. But Kain lets us know the deal. If we don't bring him the Crystal of Earth, they're going to kill Rosa. Diabolical. Desperately, Cecil tries to break Golbez's control over Kain's mind, but it's no use. He simply says that is all, and walks away. So I guess we have no choice. We'll have to go to the Kingdom of Toroia and see if they'll give us their Crystal of Earth. Well, I sure hope you brought enough gold pieces. Before we go jetting off to Toroia, we have an airship now, so we can go wherever we want. And where we want to go at this moment is actually right here at Castle Baron. There were a few parts of the castle that we were unable to explore before, but now that the Imposter King is dead, we'll be able to collect these treasures. So land the airship anywhere you want and make your way into Castle Baron. There's no guards preventing us from getting inside now. Although, to be honest with you, I'm not exactly sure who's in charge of the place now. This guy says he may have also been under the monster's control. Yeah, that's what they all say, buddy. Over here on the first floor, this man says that he hears voices from the basement, and that's something that we'll have to investigate soon. But before we look into that, our first treasure trove is right here. Push the button to the left of the stairs and it will open a door that leads to a secret passageway. Inside you'll find 6 treasure chests containing 2 Ether 1s, 2 Cure 2s, and 2 Life Potions. Excellent. That's all that's over here, but it's far from the last treasure in the castle. Remember the right tower that we were unable to access before? Well, now it's going to be open. Before we head over there, if we talk to Cid's assistant, this one seems to have seen a ghost. Under normal circumstances, that might seem crazy, but in this game we've killed many ghosts, so it's not actually that far-fetched. There are almost a dozen treasures over here in the right tower, although most of them are mundane potions. The best one is down here in the basement in this pot. It contains an elixir. If you head down these stairs, we can find that ghost that we heard about. Randomly in the basement, there's just an extra throne for some reason. maybe for photo ops and press conferences, but as you approach it, you'll be able to speak to the previous king's ghost. He tells us that we need to go to a place called the Land of Summoned Monsters, which is not somewhere that we can actually get to right now, even with our airship. So we'll have to go there and come back here later. When we go back up the stairs, we'll be able to grab this treasure chest, but it only contains a Cure 1. So not very exciting. But up here, we'll be able to pick up a couple more treasures. There is nothing in the pots in the middle, but there is a treasure in a pot up here, an ether on the right side. That's all the good treasure to find here in Castle Baron, so if you'd like to move on, you can. But a lot of people have something to say about the mysterious doppelganger king, so before we leave, we'll speak to some of the people. Some of the NPCs don't have anything new to say, so we won't be speaking to them, but a lot of them do, including the wizards down here in the White Magic School. The first white wizard that we talked to only wishes that the king may rest in peace, and I got bad news for you, white wizard. The king is doing the total opposite of that. He's a restless ghost haunting the castle basement. In Black Magic class, we find a few wizards that need some more training, including this guy that attempts to cast the Piggy spell, but shrinks us down instead. Yeah, that guy is definitely no Hermione Granger, that's for sure. This guy's embarrassed that he couldn't spot the fake king, and this guy's mind is completely blown that METEO exists. If we want to be returned to normal, we can simply speak to this wizard again, and he'll cast the size spell, restoring our normal stature. This guy said that all of Golbez's soldiers were not human, but I don't know that that's true. And up here on the second floor, we'll find a few guards that don't have a whole lot to say. That one says the dragoons will defend the castle, while the other one is just wallowing in self-pity. Over here on the left, this guard wants us to avenge the king, and yeah, I guess we'll add him to the list. And this one wants us to take the throne. I like that guy. King Cecil Harvey. Wow, I like the sound of that. Huh. We'll walk by the Palom Emporum statues, and up here we can talk to this guard, who says never again. And the guy on the other side says the same thing, so we won't bother talking with him. From here we can head over to the left side of the castle and see what's going on in the castle dungeon, and maybe over in the left tower. So we'll head up here, and we'll go down the stairs where we met Rosa in the very beginning. Not really anything to see here. And through this door, we can find the castle prison. Now that we've gotten rid of the imposter king, this guard hopes that we won't have to use the jail anymore, because I guess we also eradicated all crime? I'm going to say that's unlikely, and if we pop into this small room, we can speak to a few recovering guards. This guy didn't even recognize Cecil now that he's a paladin, and this one's surprised that he's alive. There's more talk about Cecil taking the throne, and I guess the previous king was a knight that got promoted, so a military leader becoming the new king may be just the natural progression around here. I hope it doesn't matter that we got fired. There's nothing really to see over here in the left tower, but if you want to get a good night's sleep crammed into a tiny bed with 3 sweaty dudes, then we can do that before we go. And once the dawn breaks, everyone's refreshed, and we can head out of Castle Baron. It's about time we tried out that airship. The place we actually need to go to advance the story is almost directly northwest from here, but if you just go to the edge of the continent and go south, we can find Eblan Castle, which contains even more treasure for us to loot. There are no random encounters here in the Ruins of Eblan, but some of the chests contain monsters, so we do need to be prepared to fight. Cid comes with very few pieces of equipment, so make sure to hook him up with some gear. and Tellah can probably use a better helmet. The Gaia helm would be a good fit. We also have 3 melee attackers right now, so we're going to use the change command and then switch our form around so that Tellah is the only character in the back row, and Cecil, Cid, and Yong are all in the front row. The vast majority of the chests in here are safe, but the ones that do contain monsters have some of the better treasures for us to find. Something that you need to remember: if you find a treasure chest filled with monsters, you will not be able to run away, so you need to be ready to fight that battle. On the map, the treasures that are listed in red are the ones that are protected by monsters, so keep a lookout for chests number 12, 16, and 22. Everything else you can just grab, but there are a lot of hidden passages that you'll need to navigate to find everything. We would definitely like to pick up the Slumber Sword, which we can find in this chest, but it's one of the ones that's protected by monsters, and this chest is protected by a Stale Man and 4 skulls. I'm not sure why they're called skulls when there's clearly an entire skeleton there, but those guys hit hard and have a decent amount of hit points. Also, if a skull is ever the only remaining enemy, it will use Lit 2 magic, but it's not a very powerful Lit 2 magic. The Stale Man has a ton of hit points and lives in the back row, so the best way to kill that guy is to have Tellah hit it with Ice 3. We need to keep Tellah alive so that he can cast some of these spells. They're going to be crucial in this fight. With Tellah on offense, Cecil will have to do some of the healing, but with all the paladin gear he's wearing, his Cure 2 spell will be very powerful. Have Yong and Cid keep chipping away at the skulls in the front row. Eventually you can have Tellah cast Fire 2 on whichever ones are remaining, and that should finish the battle. Remember, once there's only one skull enemy left, it'll start casting Lit 2, but like I said before, it's not as bad as it sounds. There, it only did 85 damage to Cid, so I think this guy was dealing more damage just attacking. And here's the Fire 2 that will finish the fight. And with that, we'll be able to collect our spoils, over 2100 experience points, and the Slumber Sword. The Legend Sword that we were using was decent, but the Slumber Sword adds 15 points of power and can put enemies that it hits to sleep. Also, if you use it as an item, it can cast the Sleep spell for free, but you're probably not going to be doing that very much since it deals so much damage just through attacking. The Slumber Sword is worth the trip to this castle on its own, but there is still more treasure to be found. The other chests that are protected by monsters are guarded by extremely fearsome enemies, and the rewards are not actually that good. At face value, the Drain Spear looks great. It adds 88 to your attack, and it can drain health from monsters, giving you that HP back. The only problem is it reduces all of your stats by 10, which makes it a questionable weapon to say the least. We're going to avoid picking up the Drain Spear right now. We'll come back for it later and we will try it out so that we can see how it works, but it's not worth picking up at the moment. The other guarded chest contains an elixir, and an elixir is a useful item that we do want to collect eventually, but we have several elixirs right now and we're trying to save them for later in the game, so there's no real need to pick up that elixir right now. We'll just remember to get that elixir when we come back later to get the Drain Spear. So over here in the right tower, we're going to avoid chest 16, and when we get down to the basement, we're going to avoid chest 22, but we do want to pick up everything else. Press the button to open the door, then walk down and around the stairs. Grab the 2 chests on the left side, as well as the life potion in the pot on the right. Over here, you want to grab the cabin, but don't pick up the other chest. That's the one that contains the Drain Spear. Instead, drop down into the hole where we'll be able to get 800 gold pieces, and then when you walk down, you'll be taken to the basement. The elixir that's guarded by monsters is over on the right side, so this is the one we're not going to open. Instead, we'll just collect the 2 chests on the left, and if we walk down to the bottom, we'll find a convenient exit. After that battle with the skulls and the stale man, we took a decent amount of damage and used some magic. So before we move on to Toroia, we're going to stop back at good old Castle Baron, where we can stay for free in Cecil's room. That's right, everybody. Dog pile on Cecil's bed. I call a pillow. Tellah's an old guy. You know he's going to wake up with a jacked up back. Well, in any case, once we wake up in the morning, refreshed and ready to go, we can fly our airship north, where we'll take a slight detour at the town of Mist. If you did the Mist skip earlier, there won't be too much for you to find here, but if you did not do the Mist skip earlier, then there are some very useful items that we're going to want to pick up. You'd think that after that firebombing, this place would be in worse condition, but most of the buildings seem to be in good shape. Over on the right side, you can find 100 gold pieces, and this guy says the soul of Odin is sleeping under Castle Baron. Interesting. Down at the bottom of the village, we can find a hidden path that leads to a pair of potions. It's going to be a Cure 1 and a Heal, so we'll grab those. And then we can check out the armor and weapon stores. The armor shop is not very impressive, only selling the Bard Robe. Yeah, not very great, but it does protect against silence effects, which I guess makes sense. The weapon shop sells the Dancing Dagger, which is something that you may want to purchase, but at this point in the game, it's not as exciting as it was in the very beginning. The real big prizes in this town are found in Rydia's house. That's where we'll locate the Tiara, which is one of the best helmets that a black wizard can wear. It adds plus 10 to wisdom, so yeah, that's awesome. And we can also find the Change Rod, which is a nice weapon that adds plus 5 to wisdom, and when used as an item in battle, can cast the spell of Piggy for free. So that one will be handy, and we can immediately equip Tellah with it, although he is unable to wear the tiara. He said it was too girly, but I mean, it adds plus 10 to wisdom, Tellah. Wear that girly crown, dude. It will make you so much more powerful. I'd wear a sequin ball gown into battle if it added plus 10 to wisdom. I'm not sure what Tellah is complaining about. But once you've picked up everything over here in Rydia's old house, that's the last thing we need to do here in the Village of Mist, and we can head back to our airship. The next stop on our world tour is a village called Silvera, and to find it, head down to this lake with the waterfall, and then go directly east from there. That will bring you to this foxhead-shaped island, and on it, we'll find the strange village of Silvera. This little guy doesn't want to be stepped on, which I suppose is polite, and this talking pig explains the specialty of the town: silver equipment. There's nothing in the small house behind the pig, it's just empty space, and this guy thinks that we might be giants. The frog says that the silver mine where they get the ore is not very far from here, while this frog wants to know if we've ever eaten ant steak before. No, I can't say that I have, but we do want to find the silver staff that's behind him. There are 3 treasures hidden here in the town: the silver staff, the silver knife, and 5,000 gold pieces, and all of them are quite valuable. Even if you never equip the silver staff and the silver knife, they do fetch a good price if you sell them. And now it's time to see one of the more interesting dance presentations in the game: the Silvera brothers. Are these guys really brothers? I have to say that I'm skeptical. They're using the Chocobo theme as their dance music, so definitely some style points for that. but most of the dance is waves and nods until this part where they all kind of play dead and then start hopping over each other. So yeah, that's creative, and then there's some spin moves, but yeah, mostly more waves and more bows, and this one just goes on way too long. Once they're done twirling around for the last few times, they'll say thank you, and we can finally move on with our lives. Are we supposed to tip those guys? Do they have like a guitar case where we can toss in a couple gold pieces? Well, over here in the weapon store, we may want to pick up the silver wrench. That's a pretty good weapon for Cid, although we are going to be going into an area where we won't be able to use our metal equipment, so he won't be able to get a lot of use out of it just yet. We can also pick up some silver armor. Silver armor has excellent defense values, although it does count as metal. That doesn't mean we don't want to bring it to the next dungeon, because we will be able to use our metal equipment against the next boss. We just won't be able to use it until we get there. It's possible that we may encounter some monsters outside of the next dungeon, so we'll equip all of our best stuff right now. We'll put on the silver wrench, and the silver helmet, the silver armor, and why not the silver gloves? Let's just be all decked out in silver. We're only buying the silver stuff for Cid. Cecil can also equip it, and while the silver equipment does have slightly higher defensive values than his paladin equipment, it doesn't add the extra willpower, so we're going to leave Cecil with the paladin gear for now. The item shop only sells heal potions, which is kind of ironic here in a village where it seems like all of the residents are suffering from some sort of status abnormality. Inside the inn, we can meet the cutest girl in town, but we're not going to want to stay here. 500 gold pieces per night seems outrageous when we can stay at Cecil's place for free. Once you've purchased all the equipment you want here in Silvera, there's no point in procrastinating any longer. It's time to head to Toroia. So fly north until you see that light green patch of land, and then head directly east. You'll run right into it. There's a small patch of grass where you can land the airship, and we're going to visit the town of Toroia first. The town of Toroia has a lot to see, but the shopping leaves something to be desired. There's a good reason for this. All of the equipment sold here is non-metal and will be usable in the next dungeon. Now, hopefully we have better gear than this, but at the weapon shop, we will want to pick up a great bow. That's probably the best bow we're going to be able to use right now, and Cecil won't be able to wield swords, so he's going to need something else. You'll also need to make sure you have a good supply of non-metallic arrows to use, and the best arrows in the next dungeon are going to be the white arrows that are unfortunately not sold here, but you can buy them in Mysidia. So you may need to make a quick pit stop over there if you need to pick up arrows. Whenever we talk to Captain Creepy down here, we'll startle him, and then he'll tell us to go away. I guess we'll come up here and check out the inn. This inn costs 400 gold pieces per night, which is better than the 500 they were charging in Silvera, but still way too much considering we can stay for free in Cecil's bed. This woman invites us to swim with her, but we were kind of doing that already. And this one says that we shouldn't try to swim with our armor on because it will rust. And this is trying to get us to think a little bit more about the metallic items that we're wearing, because we'll need to unequip those in the next dungeon. Up here outside of the water, we can find a hidden path that leads to some decent treasures. This woman tells us about the twin harp, which is a critical item we'll need to pick up before we leave this area. Over in the deep grass, we'll be able to find a Cure 2, an Ether 1, and an Ether 2, as well as 1,000 gold pieces. So lots of good stuff to pick up over there, and once you're done, we can head back down through the waterway to get out. So we'll head down here past the old man watching the women swim. And if we head up into this small building, we'll find yet another training room. And if you've seen one training room, you've seen them all, so we're not going to spend any time in there. This old woman asks if we've seen her husband, and to be honest, I'm a little bit worried about her. If we head up into this building, we'll find an interesting area called the Black Chocobo Farm. Now, we've seen yellow chocobos, white chocobos, and fat chocobos, but so far we've not seen any black chocobos. But that all's about to change right now. They may look purple, but yes, these are the black chocobos. They're cute, but they do stink a bit. This guy gives us a very useful piece of information. There's a chocobo's village north of Toroia, and we'll be able to find black chocobos there. We won't be able to walk to the next dungeon, and there's no place to land the airship nearby, so the only way to get there is by riding on the back of a black chocobo. Unlike the yellow chocobos that will immediately abandon you after you dismount, a black chocobo will wait patiently until you ride it again, and then it will take you back to the chocobo's village. So that is very convenient. We'll have to check out that chocobo's village soon. But before we head up there, is that a dead body? We better investigate. Nope, it's just a woman sunbathing, but you can see how we made the mistake. This guy tells us about that dungeon where we won't be able to use metal equipment, so thank you for that clue. And if we head into this cafe, we'll find a person selling a pass for a very expensive gentleman's club. We don't have the cash right now, so we'll have to come back here later when we're more wealthy. If we did purchase a pass, we would show it to the bouncer up here, and he would open the door that leads to Stairway F. There's no good treasure in there and nothing important that we need right now, so we definitely don't need to go there at the moment. Still, if you do have the money, you may want to save the game outside and check out the show. Then you can reset and go back to your saved game. Then you can see the show for free. Once this old lady shuffles out of the way, we can head upstairs and check out the rest of the cafe. And when we talk to this guy, he suggests that there may be more paywalls ahead. Great. Inside this private room, a woman seems to be entertaining this man, while another old lady watches and says, "Members only, kid." Yeah, we did not want to get involved in that anyways. This guy in the red outfit is telling everybody about that time when he was able to defeat an entire imp. Can you believe that? Yeah, we are not impressed. And that's really all there is to see back here. So once you're done talking to the people, we can make our way out of the cafe and out of the town of Toroia, as soon as we can get around all these people. Alright, out of the cafe, and we'll just head on out of the town. But that's not all there is to see here. There's an entire castle up ahead, and if you walk through the town and then back out into the forest and over, you'll be able to enter it. The guards welcome us and say that we should feel at home. Oh, that's nice. These guards are very trusting. Apparently no one here thinks it's shady that we came in here just asking about their earth crystal, and they immediately direct us to the clerics in charge. Toroia is a kingdom that's entirely ruled by women, and that includes all of the high-ranking military officials and the castle guards. This woman is offended that we thought she was an old maid, and this guard suspects that Baron is up to something. Yeah, you think? But I guess news travels slowly around these parts, because we already sorted that Baron situation out, and it's totally under control now. In this room we'll meet the Toroian top brass, the Circle of Clerics. These 8 women are in charge of the country, and these are the ones that we'll need to ask for the Crystal of Earth. Unfortunately, it seems that the Dark Elf already took it. Well, that's just our luck. The Dark Elf is a throwback to the original Final Fantasy, and he's hiding out in a cave over to the northeast. The clerics promise that if we can get the Crystal of Earth back from the Dark Elf, they'll let us borrow it, assuming that we only use it for a good purpose. I can't think of a better purpose than getting Rosa back, so I think we're all in agreement. We just need to find this Dark Elf guy and demand that he return the Crystal of Earth. Behind the clerics, you can see their empty crystal room. Maybe if they had put it somewhere safer, the crystal would have never been stolen. Just throwing that out there. Believe it or not, the crystal room and the circle of clerics are not the most important things to see here in the castle. There's actually an amazing treasure trove over here on the right, but we won't be able to get to all of it because some of it is blocked by this guard. She'll ask us if we have the cleric's permission to go into the dungeon, and we'll have to tell her no because we definitely do not. Of course, maybe we can try saying yes, but, well, yeah, she definitely saw through that ruse. So until we get the cleric's permission, we'll only be able to get the treasures that are numbered on the map, and we won't be able to get any that have a letter in front of them. The ruby rings that we'll find up here could come in handy in the next dungeon, but would really like to have those elemental arrows and the great bow that we could find downstairs. But sadly, if we want those things for the next dungeon, we'll have to purchase them elsewhere. For now, we'll have to settle for the loot in this treasury, and that will have to be good enough. Once you've grabbed all the chests, you can go back up the stairs, and we'll head back out of this side of the castle. We haven't been to the left side of the castle, and that's even more important than the right side. Over here, we'll be able to reunite with an old friend, and we'll be able to pick up a critical item. Yep, that's right. It's our good friend, Edward. Sadly, Edward was seriously wounded when he went overboard during the Leviathan attack, and now he's in critical condition. He's unable to join the party right now, and he'll never be able to join the party again, but that doesn't mean he can't help out. Yang tells Edward to think only of his own health, and then he mentions the Leviathan attack. He seems to confirm that Rydia was eaten by the monster, but so far, everyone involved in that Leviathan attack has survived, so I'm not going to count Mysidia out just yet. When Cid introduces himself to Edward, it's like Edward just met a celebrity. He's very excited to talk to someone that has an airship. Of course, you knew sooner or later he would ask about Rosa, and we had to tell Edward about the kidnapping plot. As soon as we mentioned the Dark Elf, it seems that Edward knows something about this adversary. Edward gives us a key item called the Twin Harp. He may not be able to join the party, but using the Twin Harp, he'll be able to play music across long distances. This will be critical when we face the next boss, and without the Twin Harp, things will go seriously south when we get there, so make sure you meet with Edward before you go. With the Twin Harp in our possession and our inventory filled with loot from the castle treasury, it's time to make our way to the Chocobo village. So we'll wave goodbye to the castle of Toroia for now, but we'll certainly be coming back. To get to the Chocobo's village, we need to head north through the forest. We'll probably encounter some monsters here, and these are the same ones from the Peninsula of Power. This is certainly not the first time we faced 3 sting rats and a panther. Remember that the sting rats will use their needle attack, which can do some serious damage, and whenever the panther is left by itself, it will start to use bluster, which can instantly kill one of your party members. Tellah has access to tier 3 elemental magic, which is just as good now as it was back on the Peninsula of Power, so a shot of Ice 3 should take out all of these monsters. We'll use melee attacks to try to thin out the sting rats in front. And we can see what Cecil is doing with the Slumber Sword. If we're lucky, maybe one of these enemies will fall asleep. There's that Ice 3, which will eliminate all of them, and we'll be able to pick up over 1,000 experience points and continue towards the Chocobo's village. So the village is right up here. It's that small patch of trees, and here it is. Unlike the Chocobo forests that we've seen before, the Chocobo's village is larger and laid out in the shape of a Chocobo. There are 3 carrots hidden here that we can find, and as usual, there are yellow and white Chocobos. The white Chocobo can restore our magic points, so we'll want to do that. But there's also the black Chocobo, which we'll want to jump on before we leave. We'll find a hidden path over here at the bottom, and that will lead to one of the 3 carrots. The other 2 are almost directly above this hidden path. You need to head in through the middle and then follow these trees around on the right. Head through over here and you'll find 1 carrot, and if you go back out, up, and over, we'll find the other one. So that's where the 3 carrots are hidden. If you need to manage your inventory space, you can find the big Chocobo down here in the lower left at the tip of this foot. So here is where it smells like Chocobos, and let's give a carrot a try. Whenever you summon the Chonky Chocobo, you'll be taken to this screen where you can give him items to hold, or you can pick up items that he's holding for you. Before this, he wasn't holding anything, so we'll give him a couple things just to give it a try. Remember that your inventory space is limited, and we will be finding a decent amount of treasure in the next dungeon. Once you're ready, talk to a black Chocobo, and you'll want to fly over towards this cave. You can only land in forested areas, so we'll land right near the entrance, save the game, and head in to Cave Magnes. Once you get inside, it's time to remove all of your metal equipment and equip any of the non-metallic gear that you brought with you. Make sure to equip Cecil with a great bow and white arrows. This is going to be the best weapon for him in this dungeon because he won't be able to use any of his normal swords. We'll also give him a headband, a karate gi, and a ruby ring. For Cid, we're going to want to use the wooden wrench, so hopefully you didn't get rid of that, as well as a headband, a karate gi, and a ruby ring. So then we'll check out Sage Tellah. Tellah's wand is totally fine, but we will need to switch out his silver ring for a ruby one. Yong's claws are also fine, but we'll want to make sure he has a karate gi and a ruby ring as well. Now that Cecil is wielding a bow, we can move him to the back line where he'll be safer and able to take advantage of the bow's long range. Once we take a step into the dungeon, we'll get a warning about using metal equipment. If you are wearing anything made out of metal, that character will be paralyzed in battle. So you really only have 2 options for approaching this dungeon. You can either bring a special set of equipment so that you can fight the enemies, or you can attempt to run away from everything. I absolutely recommend bringing a specialized set of equipment, but running away can work. If you plan to fight the enemies, Tellah's magic and Yong's claws will be particularly valuable, and after defeating those enemies, Cecil gained a level, and we found a set of poison arrows. Spicy. Over here we'll find a Cure 2 potion, and if we head down the stairs in the middle, we can continue along the path. Cave bats use a draining attack which can restore their HP, but they only have 150 hit points to begin with, so most of your attacks are going to kill them in a single shot. That makes the curative property of their vampire attack not extremely relevant. You can see Cid hit that one for 324 damage, which was more than twice as much as he needed to. And Cecil, just to show him up, hit the final bat for 580. From here, we're going to head across this bridge, and we'll continue to the left. Before we head through the next door, if you want to pick up a heal potion, open this treasure chest on the left side. And then we'll pass through door A, which will take us to floor B2. This floor has some different enemies, and here are a couple of new ones now. The ogre doesn't do anything besides attack you, but it can hit pretty hard and has 865 hit points. The Cave Naga is a little bit more interesting. It will only attack when it gets its turn, but it can counter magic with a slow spell, so if you use magic against the Cave Naga and don't kill it, then it will counter with slow. So if you are going to use magic against a Cave Naga, I recommend using something lethal. There's a chest containing an ether up here on the left side, so we're going to head towards that. But first we have a Cave Naga and 2 pythons. We just saw the Cave Naga, but pythons are very similar to some of the other snake enemies that we faced before. If they live long enough, they'll eventually cast the Entangle spell, but they're unlikely to ever live that long with only 90 hit points. So just take out the pythons. If you're going to use magic against the Cave Naga, use a good spell, and you should be able to easily win that fight. Take a look at Cid's status here. He's already up to 30 strength, and we can see Tellah's stats are less impressive, but at least he knows a ton of spells. We'll use a few of those spells right now to heal our characters, and then we'll move on towards the chest. But first we got attacked again by some enemies, and it's the same ones we just faced before, but from behind. If we had to get attacked from behind, it could have been a lot worse. These enemies are fairly tame. Pythons have such low HP that Yong can easily kill them from the back row. Cecil doesn't actually care which row he's in. He has armor that supports being in the front row, and his bow works in either. It is good to change before Cid gets to attack, but even in the back row, he would probably have been able to take out that python. And finally, we can get that ether that we've been trying to grab. From here, we're going to head up, and if we want to move on, we can go to the left towards door C, but if we want to grab a couple of chests, we can head over here to door B. We don't want to leave the panthers alone, so we'll have our attackers focus on them, and we'll have Tellah cast Virus on the ogre in the back line. Virus may or may not deal enough damage to finish the ogre, but the damage over time effect should be enough to finish him off. So it did 861 damage, and there it is. HP ran out. So that's one of the nice things about Virus. If it doesn't deal quite enough damage, but it gets close, that damage over time effect is pretty useful. Here we have 3 ogres, which would be a lot more alarming if we didn't have the chance to strike first. If we have Cecil, Yong, and Cid all focus on the ogre in the front, and have Tellah use Virus on the ogre in the back, we may be able to get rid of 2 of these guys before they have a chance to attack at all. Which means essentially we're only going to have to face 1 ogre that's going to be attacking us. Even if we didn't have the benefit of striking first, we should use the same pattern to defeat these ogres. We would just take a few more hits along the way. It's important to get rid of these guys as quickly as possible, and using a virus spell on that one in the back while fighting ones in the front with the other 3 characters is a very effective way to deal with them. At 1100 each, the ogres are also worth a nice amount of experience points, and if you're especially lucky, you may even find a Zeus gauntlet that one of them could drop. So I recommend fighting the ogres whenever you see them. Just make sure you're healing your party between fights, because the ogres can deal significant damage. A few shots of Cure 1 should fix up the party, but Tellah is getting very low on magic points, so it's about time we dipped into our inventory and gave him one of those ethers we've been collecting. We have 26, so we should definitely use one now. With 50 magic points, he's right back in the game, and from here we're going to head across to the left towards the door, but it looks like we have to face the 3 ogres again, but this time we're the ones that were surprised. Hey, it could be worse. At least we didn't get attacked from behind. Tellah could have taken a serious pummeling if that was the case, and without his virus spell, these guys are going to be a lot harder to defeat. Just like before, we're going to have all of our attackers focus on the ogre in the front. Cecil could theoretically be focusing on a different ogre, but we want to make sure to get rid of these guys as quickly as possible, so we want to focus all of our attacks in the same place. Tellah will be able to kill the last ogre using the virus spell, and even though he didn't quite get him, he should run out of HP, right about now. With a few more hits, this last ogre should have no chance to survive. And that's it, we did it again. We were surprised, but hey, we made it, and Cecil even gained a level. Not bad. From here, we're going to head into doorway C, and then we can enter this room where we'll find a much needed save point. We will be more than happy to use a tent here to restore our HPs and MPs, and don't forget to save the game just in case something terrible would happen. So we'll do that right before we leave, hop into the menu, save the game, and then we will delve deeper into the dungeon. From here, we want to go across this wooden bridge, and down at the bottom we'll be able to get some more treasures, but first we have to face the 2 pythons and the cave naga again. We've seen this configuration of enemies before, and it's the most common enemy formation that we'll encounter on this floor. Cecil is using white arrows so he can exploit the holy weakness of the cave naga, and that's a good way to deal with those guys. Just have Cecil use his arrows on the naga, and have everyone else beat up the pythons in the front. Down here we'll find a room that contains 3 treasure chests. The one on the right contains a life potion, the one in the middle contains a valuable Cure 3 potion, and on the left we'll find a Cure 2. Make sure to pick those up before you continue on. We finally met a pair of mages. This floor of Cave Magnes is the best place in the game to try to encounter this enemy type, and if we're extremely lucky, they could drop an item that will grant us a special summon spell. So if you really want to find the mage summon, you should try to look for mages here, but we'll come back and do that later. We found a treasure, but sadly it was only Cure 2 potion, and not the mage summon we were hoping to find. To get deeper into the dungeon, we want to head straight up the middle here, and in this chest we'll find a very useful item, the Charm Claw. Remember that Yong's claws don't add any damage, but this one will add 3 points of agility, which will make him faster in battle, and any enemies that he hits while the Charm Claw is equipped could become confused. So yes, that is a very good weapon. Don't miss out on that one. Here we have 5 enemies that we need to defeat, 3 cave bats and 2 vamp girls. We know that the cave bats are pretty easy to take out, and the vamp girls are a little bit more powerful. They have 250 hit points. Do not try to use draining attacks against the vamp girls. Those will backfire, so definitely do not cast a psych spell against them. We're going to have most of our melee fighters, at least the front row ones, pick off the cave bats, and we'll have Tellah and Cecil focus on the vamp girls. The white arrows will make short work of one vamp girl, and a Fire 2 spell will be able to clear out the other. Then Yang and Cid will be able to easily finish the battle, unless Cecil beats them to the punch. And after that battle, we picked up even more items, a pair of Cure 2 potions. So that's not a bad thing to find. And we're going to head through this doorway, which will take us to floor B4. We've seen these three enemy types before in other battles, but never all together. We're going to use many of the strategies we used against them previously, so we'll have Yang and Cid attack the Panthers in the front row, Cecil will use his white arrows to get rid of the Cave Naga, and of course Tellah is going to cast Virus against the Ogre. Once all the other enemies have been removed, we can have everyone attack the Ogre, but wow, that was a great hit of Virus. There will be no surviving that. Floor B4 is the final floor before we reach the boss, and it's mostly just a series of bridges. We've definitely seen this configuration of enemies before, so we're just going to speed through this battle. Remember, you're going to have Cecil attack one of the vamp girls, and Tellah will use Fire 2 on the other one. The remaining enemies will be easy to clean up after the vamp girls have been eliminated. Cid gained a level there, and so we can take a look at his status and see how he's progressing. 31 strength with 26 vitality. Although for a guy that's an engineer, you might expect him to have more wisdom than 5. I guess being smart doesn't make you wise, but in any case we'll have Tellah cure the party, and then we'll continue our descent into Cave Magnes. So from here we can just go directly through those doors to the boss, but if we want to pick up an Ether 2, a pretty useful item, we'll want to walk over here towards this chest. Here we have a vamp girl and 6 cave bats. The vamp girl is weak against fire, so we should probably have Yang equip his fire claw, but we're going to have Cecil get rid of the vamp girl with a single shot from his bow. Once the vamp girl's out of the way, the bats will get to feed on our party, which will deal a decent amount of damage, but as soon as Tellah resolves that spell, he's going to be able to clear them all out. We'll be able to remove a few more of them with our melee attacks in the meantime, but Tellah's going to do the damage that actually matters here. So just keep everyone focused on picking off the bats in the front line, and Tellah's virus should easily clear these bats out. That'll do it for this battle, and we'll get over 1,000 experience points, so that's pretty nice. We'll head down here and pick up that Ether 2. That's a more powerful Ether item, so if you ever need to use an Ether during a battle, you can try an Ether 2 instead of an Ether 1. You'll get back more points that way. Don't use your Ether 2s or elixirs outside of battle unless you've consumed all of your Ether 1s first. The Ether 1s are much better to use from the menu, where you can use as many of them as you need. From here, it's just a short walk to the boss's room, but before that, it's the 2 panthers, the ogre, and the cave naga again. We're going to approach this battle the same way that we did previously, except for this time one of the panthers became charmed, so we're going to try to avoid attacking that panther. We don't want it to lose its charmed status. It's going to use bluster against one of the other enemies, and in this case it used it against itself, but that's still pretty good. I think I'd be happy to equip the Charm Claw just to get the +3 agility, but that confusion effect is an excellent bonus. And with that, both Yang and Cecil gained a level, which is timely right before the boss. Let's take a look at their status. Cecil now has 33 strength, And he's down to 18 willpower because we changed some of his equipment for this dungeon. And Yong is up to 36 strength with 30 vitality. Very good. We'll use Tellah to cure us a few more times just in case we hit another encounter before we can get through the boss's door. I think we're going to make it, but I'm never 100% sure. But I'm 100% sure now, because this is it. The Lair of the Dark Elf. The Dark Elf says that since we can't use metallic weapons, we won't be able to defeat him, but I'm game to try. Once we get into the battle though, this one's not going to go somewhere. Don't use up any resources trying to win here. You can just parry or attack, do whatever you want, because the Dark Elf is going to use a vicious combination of spells here, and then we're going to go to a cutscene. So you'll see Fire 2, Lit 2, and Ice 2 all in succession. Yeah, that's going to deal some serious damage. There's no way we're surviving another attack like that, and then the Dark Elf follows it up by casting the spell of Weak on our entire party, which brings any remaining characters down to critical health. It may seem hopeless right now, but if you brought the twin harp with you, perhaps Edward will be able to help. If I could only use my sword. Just when all hope seemed to be lost, we see Edward back at the castle. I'm not sure how he sensed that we're in danger, but he does, and he heroically leaves his bed to try to get to his harp. Edward knows that music is the key to winning this fight. If he could play his harp, it will be replicated on the twin harp that we brought with us to the dungeon. Edward struggles to move, but he makes it to the harp. You'd think that one of his assistants could have just handed it to him. As Edward closes his eyes and picks up the harp, the music flows out of him as it always has. It's the same song he played at night when he saw Anna's spirit, and it's the same song that activates the twin harp, playing music deep down inside Cave Magnes. As Edward's magical melody plays, the Dark Elf's concentration is broken. Without this focus, he's no longer able to control metallic weight, and now we'll finally be able to equip our metal weapons and armor. This will ultimately turn the tide of battle back in our favor. Don't forget to move Cecil back to the front line and hook him up with the Slumber Sword. And while we're at it, we can give him back the full suite of Paladin armor. So add on all of those Paladin items, and next we'll re-equip Cid. Cid, of course, can use all of those silver items that we purchased, so we'll give him the silver wrench, the silver helmet, the silver armor, and the silver gloves. Yong and Tellah don't really need very many changes, although we could equip a silver ring for each of them. So we'll switch out those ruby rings for the ones of the silver variety. And now it's time to challenge the boss, but this time we'll be able to win. You may have noticed that the Dark Elf technically has 22,000 hit points, which sounds like a lot, but you don't actually have to deal him that much damage. He just has a bunch of extra HP to make sure that you're unable to kill him in a single hit. No, all we need to do is hit this guy for about 2,000 damage, and he'll change form to the Dark Dragon. Our 3 frontline attackers should have no problem defeating the Dark Elf, but we need to make sure that Tellah survives for the next form. Just to be extra safe, I had him cast the Wall spell, so if Dark Elf starts casting elemental magic again, it will get reflected back at him, but the Wall spell will not protect from the Weak spell that the Dark Elf can cast. Once he changes to Dark Dragon, we're going to have Tellah cast Weak against him. So Dark Dragon has about 3,000 hit points, but after we hit him with weakness, he'll have fewer than 10, and a single hit will take him out. So it's really that easy. Just get him to turn into the Dark Dragon, cast weakness, and quickly finish this boss. As the Dark Elf takes his final breaths, we find out why he wanted the crystal in the first place. Apparently, he thought it could grant him eternal life. Maybe that's also why he built this entire crystal room down inside of this cave. It seems like overkill, but everyone in the world that has one of these crystals has built a room like this, so maybe it is mandatory. Once you have the crystal, it's time to get out of here, and the easiest way to do that is by simply having Tellah cast the exit spell. With a few spins, we'll be outside in front of the cave, and once we mount that black Chocobo, we will be instantly taken back to the Chocobo's village. We'd rather just fly back to the castle, but at least the bird doesn't leave us high and dry, and we can simply talk to another black Chocobo to be able to fly back to where we need to be. While we're here, of course, we can cast some white magic and then refill our magic points by talking to a white Chocobo, assuming that we can catch one. This time we're very low on magic points, so we'll need to talk to that Chocobo, then heal the party, and talk to the Chocobo again. It's not really that big of a deal, but if you're ever very low on magic points, that's one way to navigate that situation. We'll talk to the Chocobo again to restore our MP, and then we'll chat with a black Chocobo so that we can fly back to the castle. Remember, you cannot fly over mountains, so stay over the wooded areas, and you'll be able to easily get to where you need to go. Once we talk to the clerics here, we won't be able to get into our airship without going to the next dungeon, so if you need to go to any other areas to pick up items, you'll want to use the black Chocobo to fly there. As soon as we enter the cleric's chambers, we're surrounded by the women. But then we hear a familiar voice. The voice of Kain. Somehow Kain and Golbez already know that we found the crystal. Are there some kind of hidden cameras in here? That idea might sound crazy, but later in the game we're going to fight against a literal floating computer, so maybe it's not as far-fetched as you may think. The clerics agree to let us borrow the Crystal of Earth just as they had promised, and not only that, they also agree to let us take the treasure down in the basement. So before we leave the castle, we'll definitely want to make sure we head down there. So we're going to head down through the first floor and out the door on the right side. I do appreciate the little frogs that are swimming around in the moat. That's a nice touch. Inside, we're going to take the stairway on the left, and this time when the guard asks us if we have permission to enter the underground, we can confidently say yes. She'll open up the door, and then we can head through a hidden path that leads to this stairway on the right side. Down here in the basement, we'll find a number of treasures that we would have liked to have had before we went into Cave Magnes, like the great bow and all of these elemental arrows. But better late than never, I always say. We'll also find 2,000 gold pieces and a lot of useful consumable items, including 2 heals, 2 cure 2s, 2 ether 1s, 2 ether 2s, and 2 elixirs. So yeah, these treasures are absolutely worth picking up. Once we're finished down here in the basement, we can wave goodbye to the castle of Toroia, because we will not be coming back here. So we'll climb up the stairs, head down through the door, and make our way back up into the center chamber. From here, we'll head straight downwards, and that will take us to the castle gates, and from here we'll be able to exit the castle once and for all. We may be finished with the castle, but we're not done with the town. As soon as we get aboard our airship, we'll immediately be taken to the next dungeon, so we'll take this opportunity to visit one of the stores in town, and we can sell off a lot of the items that we won't be needing anymore. We don't need to save a bunch of non-metallic items, so we can sell a bunch of that junk. Even if you wanted to go back into Cave Magnes, with the Dark Elf no longer lurking in its depths, we won't have to worry about the metal restriction, so we can use any items that we want. We're also going to find a bunch of good new gear in the next dungeon, so we'll want to make sure that we have enough space to hold it all. Once you're done at the store, we can leave the town behind, and we'll sort our inventory before we exit, because once we get on the Enterprise, it will be time for the Tower of Zot. The Tower of Zot does not appear anywhere on the map. It must be hidden up in the skies somewhere behind the clouds. But once we show Kain that we have the Crystal of Earth, he'll tell us that we can follow him to find their hidden base. Keep in mind that this is the only time that we'll get to go to this dungeon. Once we finish the Tower of Zot, there's no way to come back. If you were expecting to be greeted at the door by Golbez and Kain, you're going to be disappointed. Golbez is glad that we kept our promise, but he wants us to climb to the top of the tower and bring him the crystal. Ugh. Well, I guess we have no choice. It's time to climb the tower. Our first fight of the tower is against 3 centaurs, and while these guys don't have any particular elemental weaknesses, they are vulnerable to attacks that can put them to sleep or charm them, so the Slumber Sword or the Charm Claw could be very handy here. The final centaur is already charmed, so it will probably attack itself, but Tellah stepped up and hit him with some lit too, so we don't even have to wait for that to happen. We picked up a free cabin for our troubles, so that's nice. And Tellah will be doing most of the curing here, although we could have Cecil do some of it if we need him to. From here, we're going to continue walking up the left side, and up here in the top left corner, we'll find a chest that contains the fire armor. The fire armor is a good piece of equipment, but you do need to understand how it works. It will make you resistant to ice-based attacks, but it's a double-edged sword. If you get hit with a fire-based attack, wearing the fire armor will make you take more damage. So just keep in mind that while the fire armor has good defensive stats, it will make Cecil extremely vulnerable to fire-based attacks. Here we have a centaur and 2 gremlins. These enemies are just going to attack you when they get their turn, but you should be aware that gremlins will counter magic-based attacks with charm. So you need to be very careful not to use any magic against them unless it's going to be lethal. And now the centaur is charmed, but once again Tellah takes him out before he can eliminate himself. We'll get 1,000 experience points each for our troubles, and we'll continue working our way through this floor. If you head down here to the bottom and then up, we'll be able to collect this chest, but this one is protected by monsters, and it's protected by a fire-based monster, so make sure to unequip the fire armor before you fight this flame dog. The first thing the flame dog does is use a fire-based attack, and if Cecil had been wearing that fire armor, he would have taken a ton of damage and may have even been killed. The flame dog was charmed, so this fire attack is going to go against itself. As soon as we attacked the flame dog, we broke the confusion, but it still needs to take 1 turn where it attacks itself. As you can see, the fire has resumed against our party, but now the monster is asleep. It won't be long now. Tellah will finish the fight with an Ice 2 spell that could have done it in a single shot. And with that, Tellah gained a level, and we found the Fire Sword. Let's take a look at Tellah's stats. 5 strength, 4 vitality. I'm not sure this guy's going in the right direction. Most of the enemies here in the Tower of Zot are ice-based, so equipping items like the Fire Sword and the Fire Armor is a good idea. In general, just make sure you don't have those items equipped if we have to fight more Flame Dog type monsters. And this battle is against the Centaur and the 2 Gremlins again. We know what to do here, we've seen this one a couple times, so we'll just speed through it quickly. Cid leveled up there, and he's up to 24 strength with 27 vitality. At almost 1,000 hit points, Cid is quite a tank now. We're only on the 2nd floor here, and Tellah is already running out of magic points. It's a good thing we picked up all those items back at the castle. We might just need them. Alternatively, we could try to use the Psych spell to get some magic points back for Tellah. So we'll keep our eye open for enemies that may have magic points that we can steal. We're just going to speed through this battle again. It's the Centaur and the 2 Gremlins. We could try to use our Psych magic against the Gremlins, but be aware, they will counter you using charm spells, and that can go awry quite quickly. Cecil leveled up again. He has 27 willpower now, and he's not even wearing all of the paladin gear anymore. I think it's about time that we used Nether on Tellah, so we'll dig into our inventory, and that will bring him back to 48 MP, which should be good for now. The 3rd floor looks like a giant maze, but the easiest way to get through it is to just follow along the outside. Don't try to cut through the center. Here we have 3 slimes and an ice Liz. Just like many of the other Flan enemies, the slimes have 254 defense, so you're not going to be able to use melee attacks against them. As usual, we'll need to utilize magic to defeat these monsters, and with their bright red eyes, the slimes are vulnerable to fire. So one big shot of Fire 2 will be enough to take them all out, and we'll be able to collect our experience points, as well as 10 ice arrows, and continue our walk around the perimeter of this floor. There are 0 treasures to find on this floor, so don't worry about missing anything. Just walk all the way around the outside and make your way towards the door that's labeled C. Here we have 3 different Flan type enemies, 2 slimes, a jelly, and a cream. If you want to clear out all 4 of these enemies, the easiest way to do it would be to hit them with a big blast of Fire 2 magic, but if you want to conserve magic points, you may want to consider just trying Fire 1. I mean, these guys only have 35, 50, and 55 hit points. Fire 1 spread out across 4 enemies might be enough to do the damage. So it was good enough to remove 2 of the enemies. The cream, of course, is weak against lightning, not against fire. And the slime that's remaining probably only has a few hit points left. So we can use Lit 1 to finish the job. This should easily clear the remaining 2 enemies. One of them is weak against it, and the other one was almost dead anyways. And with that, we took out the slimes, creams, and jellies, and for our trouble, we found a Cure 1 potion. Thanks. And up here we can enter Doorway C, and that brings us to Floor 4. Floor 4 features lots of doors, and many of them lead to premium treasures. But before we can investigate further, we'll need to take out a witch, an EP girl, and 2 ice beasts. Out of the 3 enemy types, the witch is the most obnoxious because she's going to cast slow on one of our party members, followed by mute on another. She is a very good target for the psych spell though, so this could be a good opportunity for Tellah to do that. Anytime you deal damage to an EP girl, she'll counterattack you. So keep that in mind, you're going to want to take her out in a single shot. The ice beasts really aren't that bad, much less dangerous than the flame dog that we fought earlier that has a similar look. As long as you don't leave only ice beasts left on the battlefield, they won't use their dangerous blizzard attack. So basically, whenever you see ice beasts, it's a good idea to get rid of them first. We were fortunate to get some magic points by casting that psych spell in the previous battle, but we're definitely going to still need to use an ether to get some magic points back on Tellah. 90 MP is just not enough. Even Cecil has more MP at this point. But that's Tellah for you. Incredible cosmic powers, itty bitty magic points. That's just how it goes. We'll continue to cure the team, and then we'll have to spend 20 magic points to take the silence off of Cecil. So yeah, the heal spell is pretty expensive. Looks like we're already due for another ether. So it's a good thing we brought a bunch. 54 magic points should be good for now, and we can continue our walk across the 4th floor. Here we have a swordman and a pair of ice beasts. We also have the opportunity to strike first, but the swordman is so fast that you almost won't notice that we got the strike first benefit. We'll want to remove the ice beasts first so we'll be able to freely attack the swordman, but when the swordman is the only remaining enemy, he'll use magical counterattacks. The way around that, of course, is to have Tellah use the change rod as an item, which will cast the spell of Piggy for free. And now you can see it tried to use that absorb spell as a counterattack, but because he was turned into a pig, it didn't work. Of course, being turned into a pig doesn't stop the swordman from attacking your party, but as long as it can't use its magical counterattacks, it will be a lot easier to defeat. As usual, we're going to have Tellah cast some spells to heal the party after the battle. Make sure to do that. You don't want to get caught in a back attack or a surprise attack with low hit points. If you head over to the right, you can move on to the next area, but if you want to collect some treasure, you should come up here. It looks like we're fighting a Marion and 3 puppets this time. The Marion is an enemy that we should keep our eyes open for, because this is one that can drop a valuable item called the Silent Staff. It's a very rare item drop, but it is worth finding, and that's something that we will talk about again later. For now, if you just want to win the battle, anytime you clear out all of the puppets, the Marion is going to try to summon another one. So you can keep fighting puppets over and over and over again if you just want to rack up experience points, but if you want the whole loop to stop, you should try to kill the Marion before clearing the final puppet. That will keep it from summoning more. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we found any items this time, but we'll continue to look for those Marions, and hopefully we'll eventually find one that drops the staff. We'll have Tellah cure the party once again, just like he always does. And then over to the left, we'll find an excellent weapon, the Earth Wrench. Quickly equip that Earth Wrench as soon as you get it. This is a major upgrade for Cid. Not only does it have higher attack, but if you use it as an item in battle, it'll cast the spell of Quake for free. Cid doesn't normally get access to any kind of magic, so allowing him to cast the spell of Quake for free is quite surprising. Over here, through door E, we'll find the Poison Claw, and along with the Charm Claw, this is going to give Yong very good stats. The Poison Claw adds +3 to his strength, and it could potentially poison any enemy that it hits. In this chest, we'll find the Fire Shield, which is an upgrade for Cecil, although we already have good protection against ice, and we're already vulnerable to fire, and adding the Fire Shield into the mix doesn't change that equation at all. We've faced Marions and Puppets before. We'll try to use Psych to steal some magic points from the Marion. We got 29 out of it, so that was actually quite good. And it looks like Cecil and Cid both gained a level. Cecil learned the magic of Heal, so that could bail us out of a bad situation. He's also up to 25 strength now. But Cid is outdoing him in the strength department with 30. Wow, he is strong. We've seen this combination of enemies before, but this time we were surprised, and we also just got brand new weapons for Yong and Cid, so let's try them out here and see if they can make a difference. So Yong will attack this puppet, Cecil can hit the one in the middle, and Cid is who we were definitely looking for. Let's try using that Earth Wrench as an item so we can cast the Quake spell. Of course, when you cast the Quake spell for free by using an item, it doesn't get any boosts from his wisdom, but Cid didn't have a lot of wisdom to begin with, so that's not a huge loss. The Marion just got charmed and poisoned by Yong's attack, so it's nice to see that that's all working as it's supposed to, although the poisoning is going to be mostly pointless because when a Marion is confused, it will use the Fatal spell on itself, which is, well, fatal. So yes, confusion is an excellent way to deal with that guy. And we need a lot of healing this time, so I'm just going to speed this up a bit. Just so much healing. And once you're done casting your cures, we're going to head back through the door at the top of the room so that we can collect the treasure on the right side. We'll just cross right over, but first we'll have to face 2 ice beasts and 2 centaurs. Cecil has the fire sword, which will cut through an ice beast like butter. Anything that he hits is probably going to die. Cid can use his Earth Wrench to cast the Quake spell, and that's going to deal decent damage to all of the remaining enemies. For Tellah, let's just have him cast Lit 2 on anything that's remaining, and that combined with the Quake spell that we just cast should finish off any remaining enemies. If he even gets a chance to, which he will not. So we'll pick up some more experience and continue our walk to the right. We're going to follow this path up to the doorway labeled F, and that will bring us to the right side of the 5th floor. This time we have a witch and a pair of EP girls, and if we split up a few melee attacks on the 2 EP girls in the front line and have Cid use his Earth Wrench as an item, we should be able to easily eliminate the EP girls, leaving only the witch behind. We're intentionally leaving the witch behind because we want Tellah to have a chance to use his psych magic to steal some magic points, although we may get mute cast on us for our troubles. So I'm just trying to wait and see if Tellah will cast psych, and there it is, and then we'll give the order to kill the witch. So Yong should be able to finish the job, and yes, he did it with quite a bit of gusto, dealing 497 damage when he only needed 300. In this chest, we're going to find the Wizard Robe, which is something that we should absolutely equip to Tellah, because it's going to add +5 to his willpower. Tellah's been doing most of our healing, and adding 5 to his will is going to bring it up to 24, so that's going to make him a much better healer than he was before. Maybe we won't have to spend quite so many magic points healing the party moving forward. The Wizard Robe is a truly excellent piece of equipment, and it's one that we're going to continue to use for quite some time, so make sure not to miss this crucial piece of gear. Believe it or not, that Wizard Robe was the last piece of treasure hidden here in the Tower of Zot. From here, we just have to head to the boss. So head down these stairs, over to the right side, and make your way towards door G. Before we can go up there, we'll have to face 3 EP girls, so we definitely know what to do. Have Cid use his Quake magic, and have everyone else just attack the EP girls in the front. We probably won't need Tellah's magic here, so we can just have him parry. And it was probably good that he did parry, because he just took a big attack for 72 damage, and if he wasn't parrying, it would have probably been worse. We're getting close to the next save point, so if we can just conserve our magic points long enough, we'll be able to use a tent and refill them completely. Now may be a good time to let Cecil do some of the healing. He has 94 magic points, so we should probably put them to use. Once it appears that everybody's back in good condition, we'll be able to close out the menu and continue walking towards door G. That door is going to take us up to the 5th floor, and although we've been to the 5th floor several times already, we haven't been to this part of it. Here we've been attacked from behind by a witch and 2 EP girls, so we're going to take the full brunt of some of these attacks here, although it appears that the EP girls decided to attack some of our melee-focused characters that were accidentally in the back line. So I guess that sometimes a back attack can work in your favor. Even attacking from the back line, Cecil and Cid should be able to deal enough damage to the EP girls so that when Cid uses his Earth Wrench, they'll both be removed. And that's good, because if he didn't, they would both do a counterattack. And now Yonk simply has to take out the final witch, and Tellah gained another level. So we can take a look at Tellah's status. He's down to 1 strength now. You can see how he is gaining hit points, but in some ways he's getting worse too. And this save point is a sight for sore eyes. We've come a long way, so unless your characters are in perfect condition, make sure to use a tent or a cabin, and do not forget to save the game. We're about to face not just 1, but 2 bosses. And the first boss is right up here. It's the Magnes sisters. The Magnes sisters are one of the most iconic and memorable boss fights in the entire game. Sandy, Cindy, and Mindy. They seem to be a bit more intelligent than the normal enemies that you would fight, and they will work together in tandem. The key to defeating the Magnes sisters is getting rid of Cindy, the chubby one in the middle. Cindy has more hit points than the other 2 Magnes sisters, but if you don't kill her first, she will revive either of the other 2 sisters that you kill. The Magnes sisters use a technique called the Delta attack, where Sandy will cast Wall on Cindy, and then Mindy will cast a spell into the wall, which will be reflected onto our party. Because of the Delta attack, our party is unable to protect itself by casting our own wall spell, because each spell can only be reflected 1 time, and we can't really use magic against Cindy in the middle unless we want it to be reflected back onto us. Our strategy here is fairly straightforward. Because of the wall, we're going to have all of our melee attackers focus on Cindy, and we'll have Tellah cast some powerful magic on Sandy, who is not protected by the wall. I like using Lit 3 followed by Virus to get rid of Sandy. If you kill Sandy too early, Cindy will bring her back to life, but if you kill her too late after Cindy has been removed, she'll have a chance to cast annoying status magics like Charm. Wall spells don't last forever, and because it's Sandy's responsibility to refresh the wall spell, if you kill her at just the right time, the wall will go down on Cindy, and Mindy may actually cast a spell on Cindy that will hit her for damage. If you're not opposed to cheating, this is another great place to use the MP Underflow glitch so that Tellah can cast METEO. Just waste a bunch of magic points by casting Cure 4, then try to cast Cure 3 but move the pointer over onto Cure 1, and then press right and A at the same time so that the game will let you cast Cure 3 without having enough magic. After you cast that spell, you'll suddenly have a ton of magic points, and you can cast METEO against the Magnes sisters. You see, the thing about METEO is not only does it deal a ton of damage to all enemies, but it also can't be reflected by wall magic, so that wall spell that Sandy put up on Cindy is going to do nothing whenever this METEO spell resolves. We do have to wait some time for the METEO to be cast. It's not the fastest spell in the world, but it is one of the most decisive spells, dealing almost 6,000 damage to each boss, plenty enough to kill all of them. That's right, Magnes sisters, your Delta attack was a failure. But before we continue to the top of the tower, let's talk about the Silent Staff again. It may be worth your time to walk around the bottom floor of the Tower of Zot, looking for these Marion enemies and just fighting them over and over again until one of them finally drops the Silent Staff. Why do you want the Silent Staff so much? Well, for starters, it adds plus 52 to your attack, making it the most powerful staff in the game for melee attacks. But that's not all. It also adds plus 10 to willpower, and you won't find a staff that adds more than plus 10 to willpower until the final dungeon. In addition, if you use it as an item in battle, you'll be able to cast the spell of Mute for free. And you can see there, Tellah has 29 willpower when equipped with the Silent Staff. And you can see how it works as an item to cast Mute for free. Now, I'm not going to assume that everyone has the patience to try to find a Silent Staff, so we're not going to be using one in our official run here. But if you don't mind grinding monster encounters, getting a Silent Staff is almost certainly worth it. For one final time, we'll have Tellah cure the party. He won't bother to cure himself this time, because there's really no point. Once you get up to the 6th floor, you'll see Golbez and Kain waiting for you. Before you go up the stairs, now is the time to unequip all of Tellah's equipment. We're going to be losing him, and he's not going to be coming back. We absolutely don't want to lose the wizard robe or the change rod forever, so do not forget to unequip those items. It's very weird the way that Kain and Golbez were just rigidly standing there like performance artists pretending to be statues. Do you think they were like that the entire time we were in the tower? Of course, Cecil hands over the Crystal of Earth way too easily, and Golbez decides to double-cross us. But Tellah's not having any of it. He's about ready to burst, and it's time for the main event. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight you've all been waiting for. Tellah versus Golbez. Is it some kind of perspective thing where Golbez is much closer to us than Tellah is? Or is Golbez the size of Godzilla? That guy looks huge! Tellah attempts casting all of his best spells. Lit 3, Virus, Ice 3, but they barely damage Golbez at all. He doesn't even try to fight back. He's just laughing at Tellah. So of course you know what he's going to do. Tellah is going to attempt to cast METEO. Don't do it, Tellah. You have to use the MP Underflow glitch first. It'll kill you. But Tellah sees red. With his last ounce of energy, he casts the METEO, dealing maximum damage to Golbez. And that does it. Golbez is defeated. As Golbez's body fades away, Tellah is too weak to even celebrate the victory. From the looks of things, Tellah's METEO managed to also hit Kain, and he wasn't even in the battle. So props for that, old man. Unfortunately for us, when Tellah hit Golbez with the METEO, Golbez was holding the Crystal of Earth, and we know from our battle with the Dark Elf that the Crystal of Earth can grant its holder immortality. We definitely need to remember this whole immortality thing, because I have a feeling that could come up in the future. Golbez strikes Cecil down with Force Lightning, but he won't kill him. Why? Why won't you finish me off? Golbez hesitates before saying, "I shall see you again," and storming off. Normally, Golbez is merciless and evil, but this isn't the first time he's spared Cecil's life. Why is it that he treats him so differently? It seems like we should chase Golbez into the next room, but maybe that's what he wants us to do. Instead, we should definitely check on Tellah. But Tellah is not in good shape, and there's no way to cure the wounds that he inflicted upon himself when he cast METEO. Oh, Tellah, at least you can finally rest. It's going to be kind of hard with you not around, but I know you're in heaven, smiling down, watching us while we wish for you. Every day we wish for you. Until the day we meet again. In my heart is where I'll keep you, friend. Off to the side, Kain seems to still be alive. He took a bit of a beating from the METEO spell, but he didn't sustain a direct hit. Golbez's mind control over Kain has been broken, and now that he's regained consciousness, he suddenly remembers Rosa. We don't have time. We have to save Rosa. Golbez has Rosa restrained in a trap that would look right at home in one of the Saw movies. Luckily, Cecil is able to rescue her just in time. In the original Japanese version, instead of a large steel ball, it's a menacing scythe blade that almost falls on Rosa. But either way, she's lucky to be alive. Almost losing Rosa has made Cecil understand what she really means to him. On a day with so much death, it's nice to finally be able to save a life. Kain admits that while he was under mind control, he did still want to be close to Rosa. Yeah, we knew that, Kain, but she's just not that into you, bro. Rosa likes purple-haired paladin type guys. I'm sure there are a lot of women in this world that appreciate a guy with the athletic prowess of Kain. The way he can get above the rim is insane. Speaking of women that like Kain, we still have one more boss to fight here in the Tower of Zot. We're not done in here just yet. Rosa and Kain officially join the party, but we could certainly see that coming. Do not take a step downward. Let's take a look at the two characters we just added to our party. Kain is risen to level 27 in our absence, and Rosa is now up to level 26, with 33 willpower I might add. Now Kain comes with a bunch of equipment, and it's all pretty good this time, so we're going to keep it. However, Rosa absolutely needs some new gear. We're going to equip Rosa with a bow and some elemental arrows, but if you have the silent staff, you should equip that instead. For headgear, we're going to use the Gaia helm and the wizard robe. All of that is going to give her a nice big boost to willpower. Now I said not to step downward before, because as soon as you take a single step onto those stairs, it will be time to face Valvalis, the Fiend of Air. After facing the previous two fiends, which were hideous monsters, you may be surprised to find out that Valvalis is a very human-looking woman. She seems to have a thing for Kain, and it turns out that Kain is her weakness. Always choose to use Kain's jump attack during this battle, because when Valvalis transforms into a tornado, she will increase her defense, making her harder to damage, and she'll start using obnoxious magic techniques like Weak, which will reduce a character's hit points down to critical levels, and you should heal that character right away with items if necessary. And she'll also use Ray, which will begin a gradual petrification on a character, and will also slow them down. Kain's jump attack will break the tornado, returning the boss to her normal form. The other key here is using Rosa correctly. Rosa can cast the Berserk spell on Yong, which will make us unable to control Yong, but he'll deal twice as much damage in combat, and he will just be constantly attacking because he's very fast right now. Rosa can also cast Slow on the boss. This will make the boss take fewer turns, and you can cast Slow 2 times on the boss to make her extra slow. Casting it more times than that doesn't make a noticeable difference. Rosa's early turns are way too important, so she can't be casting curative magic. Instead, we should have Cecil casting curative magic, or Cid can use items if we have characters that have low HP. So the recipe for success against this boss is to have Kain constantly jump, Rosa casts Berserk on Yong, and then casts Slow 2 times on the boss. If you do that, the rest of the fight should be easy. With Valvalis defeated, Golbez only has one elemental fiend left, the Fiend of Fire. We'll be meeting him soon, but before that, it seems that this tower was equipped with a self-destruct mechanism. So how are we going to get out of here? This tower was enormous. We'll never get back to the Enterprise in time. Well, it turns out it's a good thing that we have a white wizard in our party. About 5 minutes ago, if we would have tried to cast the exit spell, it would have done nothing. But now, Rosa is suddenly able to cast it, no problem. Not only was she able to cast exit, she exited us all the way back to Cecil's room in the Castle of Baron. That is really impressive. Cid says this room is safe, but really, is anywhere safe? Golbez has all of the crystals now. I'm waiting for the apocalypse to begin at any moment. But it turns out, Golbez doesn't have all of the crystals. If the rumor is true, there are more crystals underground. The dark crystals. For each of the 4 light crystals, there is a dark crystal that corresponds to it. So Golbez will have to find 4 more crystals if he wants to catch them all. Of course, this is all assuming that we trust Kain, and I'm not sure that we should. Still, how do we get to the underground? Dig a hole? But Kain has the answer there. He has an item called the Magma Key, which he gives to the party. He also says that if all of the crystals are united, they'll open a passage to the moon. So is that what Golbez wants? He wants to go to the moon? I have a sneaking suspicion that if Golbez makes it to the moon, that's going to be bad news. But there is good news. Cid managed to save our airship by using a remote control. So in the moment when Rosa cast the exit spell, I guess he activated some sort of switch which brought the Enterprise back here. Good work, Cid. Well, I guess there's no point in trying to find the Underworld while we're all tired. Let's all pile into Cecil's bed and try to get comfortable. Once everyone is rested and refreshed, it's time to leave Castle Baron behind for the moment, and we're going to make our way to the Ruins of Eblan. This is of course optional, but we left 2 treasure chests behind the last time we were there, but we should be very well equipped to get them now. Before we go in, just to be extra safe, we'll save the game. It has been a moment since we saved. And now we'll enter the ruins. Remember, there are no random monster encounters here, but we are going to open some rather dangerous treasure chests, so be prepared for a battle. The chest that contains the drain spear is on this floor right next to that pit, but how do we get it? You need to walk up here, and you'll be able to find a hidden path that leads to the treasure. Inside, 2 black cats and a lamia. The black cats are like upgraded versions of the panther enemies that we faced before, but these cats are not shy about blustering you. Bluster can instantly kill one of your party members, so you want to get rid of those black cats as soon as humanly possible. The lamia is vulnerable to charm attacks, so if we hit her with Yang, we may be able to turn her to our side, but we need to get those black cats out of the way first so that we don't get blustered again. We already lost Rosa. And there we have confused the lamia, but it doesn't actually matter because Kain landed his jump and finished the battle. He also gained a level. Good work, Kain. The drain spear. I'm going to equip it so you can see it in action, but this thing is literally a double-edged sword. It has very high attack with a plus 88, but it reduces all of your main stats by 10. So in some ways it makes you weaker. On the other hand, it also will restore some health to your character whenever you attack with it. So there's some good things and some bad things about the drain spear. Overall, I think it's kinda bad, but it can be good in certain situations. Your mileage may vary with the drain spear, but the one thing I definitely don't like about it is if you attack certain types of monsters, undead ones in particular, it could end up damaging Kain instead of having him damaging the monsters. So you need to unequip it and equip something else in those situations, and I don't really like shuffling my weapons around during battle. The chest that contains the elixir is protected by 3 mad ogres, which are like faster, beefier versions of the standard ogre enemies we faced before. You want to pick these off one by one just like we did with the other ogres, but it's a good idea to have Rosa cast slow magic against them so that they'll get fewer turns in combat. We really need to slow these guys down. They can hit very hard with an 82 attack. After Rosa slows these guys down, we may need to have her cast curative magic on the party to keep our hit points high. Yang eliminated the middle ogre, so now all we need to do is have everyone concentrate their attacks on the last one, and we should be able to easily defeat it. One more hit from Cecil, a jump from Kain, and a strike from Yang should be all that it takes. So you can see why we didn't try to collect this elixir the last time we were here in the ruins. We could have maybe beaten those mad ogres, but the reward probably wasn't going to be worth it at the time. Once you've collected the last 2 chests in Eblan Castle, we can exit and return to the Enterprise. And from here, we're going to visit a city that we haven't been to before, the village of Agart. And it's almost directly east from the Ruins of Eblan, but you'll need to go a little bit north. The city that we're looking for is on this small island. We could have visited this village before, but there was really no reason to. There's not a whole lot to see here if you don't have the magma key. We need to find the entrance to the Underworld, and as we speak to the citizens of Agart, you'll get the impression that we may be on the right track. Like when we talk to this guy who says his ancestors came from the hidden land where there's a sun called the Magma. Could it be related to the magma key? Maybe. This woman says there are constant earthquakes around these parts, and we are a bit banged up after visiting those ruins, and for only 50 gold pieces per night, we might as well stay at the inn here. It might be nice to each sleep in our own individual beds, although it looks like we all crammed into one anyways. Maybe that's just how we like to sleep now. Or maybe for 50 bucks we only get to rent one bed. That kind of makes sense. Over here we'll meet a pair of kids, and this one has a cryptic message about darkness and light, but it does kind of make sense with what we know about crystals now. The kid with the blue hair says that his grandmother is the oldest woman in the village, and I think this is her down here in the corner. She does have an important clue for us. She says that we need to return the key of magma to where it belongs. So we are in the right place. Before we go running off to find a slot for that key, if we head down here to this corner, we can take in a bit of local culture and observe the dance in the hidden land. This dance uses a music track from a part of the game that we haven't been to yet, so it's kind of a preview of what's ahead. It also looks like the carpet has instructions for performing the dance kind of knitted into it, so maybe she's just a beginner. This is a very short dance, all things considered. That's all there really is to see here in the inn, but there are a few more points of interest here in the village, so we'll head outside. If we talk to this blue-haired girl, she tells us that she is very strong, but her great-great-great-grandpa was much stronger. That math checks out. If you'd like to change your name, Naming Way is hiding out in this small building. And if this kid will get out of the way, we can check out the armor and weapon stores. Don't get too excited about the shopping in this place. They sell iron stuff here, which is garbage. So we're not going to be purchasing any of that. And if we take a look in the weapon shop, well, this is not that much better. Although if you were looking for a place to buy white arrows, you can purchase them here. You can also buy the boomerang, which none of our characters can currently use, but eventually we'll find someone that can wield it. There aren't very many citizens walking around outside, and this old man knows about the ancestors, but has no recollection of how they got here. We can wander around up here and down these stairs to find the only treasure hidden in this area. This kid says that he's short because he has dwarf ancestry, but he wishes his parents were ogres. Hey, I get it, kid. I'm still processing the fact that my mother is a dragon. Down in the lower left corner, we'll find the observatory. Out in front of it is an old woman who clearly thinks modern people are soft. Back in her day, they didn't need the sun. They had night all the time and they liked it. Inside the Astro Tower, we hear about a scientist named Corey that gets so obsessed with his research that he completely ignores that red-haired woman. Typical Corey. And if we head up the stairs, we can meet with Professor Corey. We better call NASA because it turns out that there's not just one moon, there's actually two. And one of them seems to have living creatures on it, and it's turning red. like the color of rubies. Well, I sure hope that doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything? You just confirmed the existence of extraterrestrial life. I mean, I guess it's not that big of a deal. I can't really see any of the space aliens this guy was talking about through the telescope, so I guess we'll just have to take his word for it. Of course, the observatory is interesting, but it's not the main feature here in the town. That would be the ancient well that they've enshrined here in the city center. This guy thinks that the well is bottomless, so maybe that's where we need to throw the magma key. Here I was looking for a keyhole this entire time, and... oh no, Kain. I think we just lost your very important key. There is no way we're getting that thing back. And yeah, we won't be getting the magma key back, but this earthquake is going to open up the path that we need to get to the Underworld. It's just going to blow a massive crater open in these nearby mountains. I don't think that will have any effect on the local ecosystem. Could be wrong. And just as quickly as it began, the earthquake suddenly ends. And that's all we need to do here in the village of Agart. All that's left is to get into our airship and make our way into the crater. We'll of course save the game first, just to be safe. So let's go, Enterprise. Just position yourself over the crater and press the A button, and suddenly you'll be taken down below. Once you enter the hole, you'll lose control of the game, so we're just along for the ride right now. And it seems that the Red Wings followed us. I didn't even know Golbez was still in control of those airships. It looks like they're fighting against some sort of tanks. But who's in control of the tanks? But before Cid could fly us out of here, the Enterprise became collateral damage. I'm not sure if we got hit by the Red Wings or the tanks, but it sure looks like we took numerous hits. Well, it was nice knowing you guys, but it looks like we're going down. Cecil? Cecil, wake up! Well, it turns out that we did not die that day. Once everything came back into focus, it was clear that Cid managed to land the Enterprise without crashing it, but sadly, it's now unable to fly. It looks like we'll have to continue on foot from here, but luckily we landed right next to a large castle. I sure hope the residents are friendly. Inside, we've come to the Castle of Dwarves. These must be the ancestors that the people in Agart were talking about. The dwarves insist that we meet their king, a man named Giot, and they also seem to be aware of Golbez already. Inside, we can meet the king's daughter Lugae, who seems to have lost her dolls. I wonder if that could be foreshadowing. We won't be able to explore the entire castle right now. Until we meet with the king, strategically placed dwarven guards will keep us constrained in a smaller area. You will be able to visit this room that contains the inn and a basic item shop. You can also find 1,000 gold pieces hidden in this pot. The item shop now sells Cure 2 potions and cabins, so it is an upgrade from some of the other item shops we've seen. The inn is extremely expensive, so hopefully if you needed to use the inn, you did so back in Agart. We're about to fight a couple bosses, and sadly we won't have Cid with us in the party when we do. So before you move on from this room, we should unequip all of Cid's equipment. We may need it later. So take off everything that Cid has. He's going to be leaving our party very soon. Once you've stripped Cid of all of his gear, we can sort our items and make our way to the Dwarven throne room. Once you set foot inside, a cutscene will play out and we'll begin talking to the king. The king is happy we're safe, but sadly it turns out that Golbez already got 2 of the crystals. This is not good. The Dwarven tanks have managed to keep Golbez out of the castle, so for now, the crystal here is safe. I hope it's somewhere secure, but more than likely it's in one of those giant crystal rooms. There's gotta be one of those around here somewhere. Cid says that he needs mystic silver from the overworld to fix the airship, but if the airship can't fly, how's he going to get back to the world above? I suppose that's Cid's problem and not ours, because it's at this point that Cid leaves the party. The crystal is hidden safely behind the king's throne, but then everything goes silent. Yong senses something. Someone eavesdropping on us. Cecil says that no one is around, but we definitely saw something bouncing around in the dark area behind the throne. The king gives the order to open the door. A dwarf presses a brick, and suddenly, a hidden passageway springs open. Inside, of course, is a crystal room. The door slams shut behind us, and we're locked inside. It's at this point that Cecil realizes we're not alone in here. The 4 dolls suddenly come to life and start spinning around. You can probably guess from this music that these animated dolls are not the friendly type. Once the dolls finish their intricate dance and all line up in a row, they reveal themselves to be the Kalbrenna, our next boss. You fools, they say. You've doomed yourselves. We're gonna get ya. Yeah, we'll see about that, dolls. I sure hope these things are easier to kill than Chucky. It looked like there were only 4 dolls, but there are actually 6. 3 Kal and 3 Brenna. The Kals are a lot more powerful than the Brennas, but there's a trick to this battle. If you ever eliminate all of one type of doll, whenever one of the other dolls gets its turn, it will combine into the Kalbrenna, a much more powerful boss that we'll have to fight. If we're smart, we can wipe out the dolls in such a way that they'll never form the full Kalbrenna, and that will make our job much easier. One of the keys to doing this is having Rosa cast slow on the dolls. Have her do it twice. We don't want these dolls getting their turn once we've eliminated all of one type. There are several ways to defeat all of the dolls without them combining, and I think this is the best way. So you're going to have Rosa cast slow on all of them twice. Yong will use his kick attacks. Cecil will attack dolls in the back row, so he's only going to attack Kals. And Kain will jump on different Kals, so you want to spread that damage out a bit. Once the Brennas are gone, we need to win the fight very quickly, so just have everyone start attacking, including Rosa. So she should use her aim ability. Yong will use a regular attack, as will Cecil, but Kain is going to continue jumping. And he missed. Oh, this is not good. Okay, Cecil finished the battle anyways. If you're very worried about the dolls combining, you can have Yong not use his kick attack, and you can just intentionally not kill one of the Brennas in the front line. But let's look at what happens when they do combine. If you want the dolls to combine, the easiest way to do that is to just take out the 3 Brennas on the right side. They only have 300 hit points each, so just get rid of those Brennas and then you can wait. If you wait long enough, the Kals will form into the full Kalbrenna. There are several reasons why you might want the dolls to combine into the full Kalbrenna. First of all, anytime you do a non-lethal physical attack against one of these dolls, it will counterattack you with a physical attack of its own. So only attacking the weaker dolls will prevent a lot of those counters. Also, the full Kalbrenna is worth 15,000 experience points, while the 6 smaller dolls on their own are only worth a total of 6,000. The primary danger of the combined Kalbrena is its glance spell, which can confuse one of our party members. This is particularly disruptive if it targets one of our spellcasters. We're going to have Rosa cast Slow on the boss to slow it down, and also she's going to cast Berserk on Yang so that we'll deal extra damage. We want to make sure that we're dealing lots of damage all at once against this boss, because if it ever gets below 100 hit points, it will turn back into the 6 smaller dolls, and we'll have to fight them all over again. We're going to heal Rosa so that she won't be confused anymore, but after we heal her, she's still going to take 1 confusion turn before she goes back to normal. So it's possible that we'll finish this battle before she even gets another turn. Oh, she cast Hold on one of our party members, but it doesn't seem like it worked, and we will be able to use her normally when she gets her next turn. But she never actually did, because we defeated the Kalbrena, and it looks like Cecil and Yang both gained a level that time. The dolls may be dead, but we are not done defending this castle. As soon as they disappear, we hear another voice. Yep, it's Golbez. He was able to simply teleport inside. Just like any other evil genius, Golbez can't help revealing his entire plot. I will tell you why I'm gathering the crystals, he says. They are the keys to reactivate the Tower of Bab-il that leads to the moon. It is said that the moon possesses powers beyond human comprehension. Are you hearing yourself, Golbez? Because you sound like a crazy person. Oh, we've been waiting for this. We finally get a chance to fight Golbez. But sadly, it is not going well. Nothing seems to damage this guy. All of our attacks miss. Golbez just laughs before he uses his ultimate trump card, a magic spell called Hold Gas. Hold Gas makes the entire party paralyzed, unable to act. Yeah, this is not good. But that's not all. He also calls upon a vicious shadow dragon that is able to kill our party 1 member at a time. The dragon uses a technique called Demolish, which does not care how many hit points you have left. This spell simply kills. With Kain, Rosa, and Yang all defeated, only Cecil is left. Are you going to hold back again this time, Golbez? But then suddenly, that white dragon. Could it be? Is that Rydia's music I hear? Just in the nick of time, before the shadow dragon could demolish Cecil, a familiar presence is felt. I thought all the Callers of Mist were killed, so it can only mean one thing. Rydia is back. And she looks a little bit different now. As soon as Rydia appears, we'll regain control of the party, but don't worry about reviving everyone. Cecil and Rydia should be able to win this fight on their own. Just have Cecil continuously attack Golbez. He was missing before, but now he'll be dealing good damage with his fire sword. And Rydia should use her Titan Call magic. We saw Rydia cast Titan back when we first met her, but we've never been able to actually use it in battle before. And with 1 blast from Titan and a few shots from Cecil's sword, Golbez goes down. With only Rydia and Cecil alive, they're both going to get a lot of experience points. But before we move on, let's talk about an even easier way to defeat Golbez. Before you actually kill the Kalbrena, you may want to cast Mute on the entire party. Why would we do that, you may ask? Well, you'll see whenever we go to fight Golbez. Just make sure you actually defeat the Kalbrenna dolls after you cast Mute. You don't want them to combine while your party is unable to cast spells. The reason for muting the party is simple. It's going to make Golbez's Hold Gas spell ineffective. Also, if you can time up a jump at just the right moment, you can have Kain be off the screen when the Shadow Dragon starts demolishing the party, so he can survive too. So that was the Hold Gas. You can see there are no rings around our party members because we are not paralyzed right now. The Shadow Dragon is going to appear and it is going to start demolishing the party. We're not going to be able to stop it from doing that. If we get some good damage rolls, we'll be able to take a few cheap shots against Golbez as soon as Rydia shows up, and if we get some good damage rolls, we may be able to defeat Golbez before he's able to take a single action against our party. As soon as the Mist Dragon comes through, Golbez becomes vulnerable, so we can start attacking him now. And we landed our jump with Kain at the perfect moment. That is more difficult to do, but even if you don't time Kain's jump perfectly, getting a few extra hits on Golbez by muting the party will still make this fight a lot easier. It should only take 1 or 2 more attacks from here, and Rydia won't even need to use her Titan magic, especially not if we hit him for over 1,000 damage with Cecil's attack. That will just kill him outright. And that is another way that you can fight Golbez. Wow, I can hardly believe it. We did it. We defeated Golbez. Sure, it was because Rydia showed up and surprised him, but a win is a win, and we will not be fighting him again, so that was the definitive battle with the boss. Rydia explains that although she was swallowed by the Leviathan, she wasn't killed by the beast. It just wanted to bring her to the land of summoned monsters, and time flows differently there. So it's like she was in the hyperbolic time chamber for the last 10 years. That's why she looks so much older. According to Rydia, the Queen of the Monsters said that a greater evil is at work here. Something worse than Golbez? Oh no. We forgot about Golbez's immortality crystal, and it seems that his arm is still alive. I'm not sure why everyone just stands there and does nothing. Chase the arm! Do something, Cecil! But it's too late. Golbez's arm grabs the crystal and disappears. What did you think was going to happen? If you see Golbez's arm start moving, you gotta jump on that thing. Well, good work, team. That's like the 7th crystal that we haven't been able to protect. The last one is locked in a place called the Sealed Cave, but the King of the Dwarves has an interesting idea. We can attack the Tower of Bab-il and try to get all of the other crystals back right now. King Giot can provide a distraction, and we can sneak right in. You know, it's so crazy that it just might work. As soon as we regain control of the game, there's a trick that we can perform, and a very easy trick at that. All we need to do is have Rydia cast the Warp spell, and we'll suddenly appear in a crystal room where we can pick up the 8th and final crystal, the one that they said was hidden in the sealed cave. Well, it's not really in the sealed cave at all. It seems to be in the crystal room behind Giot's throne. But this crystal is for real. You can see it in your inventory. It doesn't really do anything right now, but if you use that trick, you'll be able to skip the sealed cave later on. We're not going to use that trick, but I did want to make you aware of it. It's a huge shortcut that you'll be able to perform later. Regardless of whether or not you warped and picked up the crystal, the next thing we need to do is go to the Tower of Bab-il, and that is actually walking distance from here. We just need to use the exit in the castle basement. Before we leave the castle, remember how a lot of it was blocked off before? Well, those dwarven guards are gone now, and we'll be free to explore the entire castle. Over here on the right side, we can find the weapon and armor shops. We'll definitely need to do some shopping over here. We just got a new character, so we'll want to get some stuff for Rydia. Although the wizard hat is a great helmet for Rosa to use. Rydia can wear a wizard hat too, although if you have it, she should probably wear the tiara instead. I think I let the big Chocobo hold our tiara, so I'll have to get that back from him. In the meantime, we can use a wizard hat on Rydia, but it won't be as good as it is on Rosa. As an adult, Rydia can't use white magic anymore, so she's not going to get much of a benefit from the +5 to willpower. We're also going to pick up a few rune rings. Rune rings are great for our spellcasters because they add +3 to wisdom and willpower, so whether you want to cast white magic or black magic, rune rings will make it more powerful. So make sure to equip anything that you purchased. You definitely want to use the change rod with Rydia. That's going to be the best weapon for her right now. And speaking of weapons, let's take a look at the weapon shop. Yeah, there's not a whole lot here that we want to buy right now. Although if you want to buy darkness arrows for Rosa to use, those could be good, but it would be better to give her a weapon that increased her will. Hidden behind the weapon and armor shop is this little spot called Cafe Howdy. And if you talk to the one dwarf here, he'll do a little dance for you. But that's all that's back here. There are no treasures, no secret clues to learn, just one dwarf that does a rather uninspired dance. So you might be thinking, why would they bother to hide this? The reason is over on the right side. You may see an area that looks like there should be a hidden path behind it. Well, there isn't in the North American version, but if you were playing the original Japanese version, the difficult one, you would find this hidden room where you can talk to the developers. Now, you may not be able to read Japanese, so I bought this bootleg cartridge on eBay that has a translation patch applied, so we can see what the people here have to say. It's really too bad that this area was removed for the version that we got in North America, because it's a fun and interesting way to meet the people that made the game. Some of them even manifest as battles. Most of the battles that I've found won't damage your party, but they play out more like story battles where you'll see a message from the person that it's representing. The developer's room is organized into several sections, and over here on the left side you'll find a lot of the rookie programmers, with the exception of the ones that appear as battles. You won't see battles when you get farther onto the right side, so if you want to see a lot of these, you need to stay over in this area. This guy is apparently weak against everything and tiny. Yeah, not just flying attacks and holy, but all-nighters, girls with glasses, everything. So that one's a pretty amusing battle. He wants to be left alone, so he will run away. Alright, cool, I guess. If we head into the hallway over here on the right, we'll be able to speak with the big guy himself, Sakaguchi, who's represented as a Chocobo. Nice. In this room, we'll meet a bunch of programmers. These guys certainly seem to be overworked. Like this guy, who's represented by a white wizard, he seems to remember an entirely different crew of people. So yeah, that guy might need a break. Over on the right side, we'll meet someone who claims to be the only woman on the Final Fantasy team. And below her, we'll learn that it's Ryuoko Tanaka's final production. I hope you like it. In this tiny room, we'll find the people responsible for the music. Kenshi Ito up here made the sound effects, but the guy we're all looking for is the one represented by Naming Way in the lower left corner. That's Naobuo Uematsu. When you talk to him, he'll compliment your taste in music and then offer to play his clarinet. I mean, by all means, play the clarinet. Would love to hear it. But he doesn't seem to want to. And if we head back out and go up the stairs down here at the bottom, we can find the upper room where the upper management resides. Chief Programmer Ken Narita doesn't want us to put in any more events or find any more bugs. And was he really in college when he was making this? And finally, represented by a black mage, we meet Tokita-san. He even offers to join our party, but he doesn't actually join. Before we leave, we have to look in the bookcase where we'll find the magazine. In this translation, it's very clear what kind of magazine it is, and it makes me wonder, did they just put this in the game as a joke? Or did the upper management really keep racy magazines around the office? I mean, this was the late 80s and early 90s. It would not surprise me if that was the case. Alright, we're back here to the good old North American version where you can't get into the developer's room. Let's get back to exploring the castle. Up here in the right tower, we're going to be able to find a bunch of treasure chests, and some of them contain excellent items. This guy says that the Dwarven King permits us to take whatever treasure we find, so I guess we should just pick up everything. Over on the left, you'll find one pot that contains 500 gold pieces, but there's nothing else on that middle floor. Here at the top though, there are 4 chests, and at the bottom you'll find an elixir. On the right you'll find an ether 2, on the left you'll find an ether 1, but don't miss the chest at the top that contains the strength ring. The strength ring is an awesome accessory that adds +2 to your defense, but that's not why it's good. It also adds +5 to your strength, so that's going to increase any melee attacker's damage, especially Young's. If we cut across to the other side of the castle, we'll be able to meet up with a few more dwarves, and then we'll find the left tower, which is also filled with treasure. So yeah, we'll want to check that out for sure. Once again, the guard here encourages us to take the treasure, and once again, there's only one pot on this floor that has anything, and it contains 500 gold pieces. Up here at the top, you'll see Naming Way, a very strange place to see him indeed, but he's not the main draw up here. There are 4 more chests for us to pick up. You just need to work your way around the complex hidden passages here. The chest at the bottom contains the Black Belt, which is a great piece of armor that not only adds 10 to your defense, but it also adds +5 strength and +5 vitality. That is very good considering it's a piece of armor that any of our characters can equip. If we take these stairs, we'll find that they connect us back to the inn, and while we've been here before, we haven't been to this room up here. On floor B1, we'll find this small chamber that contains the Dwarven nursing room. It seems like this is more of a hospital wing than a place for Dwarven mothers to go for privacy, and it looks like most of the dwarves that are here are just trying to recover from injuries. Out in this hallway, we can find a Chocobo stable, and there's no Chocobos to ride here, but there is a place where we can summon the big Chocobo. So if you'd like to do some inventory management, you can use a carrot up here to bring up this big chonker. We probably have a few things in our inventory that we don't need right now, and we should start saving any of our better weapons, because later in the game we're going to get a character in our party that can turn any weapon into a one-time use projectile. So you might want to stock up on items just for that. If you did not have a carrot to use for the big Chocobo, there are 3 of them in the pots up here. These stairs over on the right will take you back to the weapon and armor shop. We don't need to go there right now, I just wanted to give you an idea of how this castle is laid out. And the way that we actually need to go is through this hidden passage right here. Talk to the dwarf that's standing next to it, and he'll open the door. Then just follow it over here to the left, and we'll find floor B2. This floor not only leads to the basement exit, but it also leads to a special pot that can refill our HP and MP for free. And also get rid of any status abnormalities that you have. So you know we like a free place to stay, and this is the best we're going to find down here in the Underworld. Don't miss the 3 cabins over on the right side. As we get deeper into the game, the tents that we have are going to be not good enough after a while. We're going to need to use multiple tents to refill our HP and MPs to the maximum, while we'll always be able to use just 1 cabin to get the same effect. So cabins are definitely better, but it's not like tents are useless. Use all of your tents first, and then start using cabins. This guy knows the plan. The tanks will distract the enemy, and then we'll sneak right into the tower. And up here is the Pot of Life. So this is that pot I was telling you about that will restore your HP and MP. Looks like everybody's good now. Before you go outside, make sure to give someone the strength ring. I'm going to give it to Cecil right now because he's always doing a melee attack, but Yong could also be a good choice. And here we have our first random monster encounter of the Underworld, a pair of armadillos. These guys aren't very exciting, they don't have any special weaknesses, and all they do is attack when they get their turn. So just hit them with your melee attacks, and you should have no problem defeating them. Well, it's very clear from that battle that we need to change our formation. Use the change command so that we have 2 characters in the front and 3 in the back, and then make sure that Cecil and Yong are in the front line, while Kain, Rydia, and Rosa are all in the back line. Remember, Rosa and Rydia are spellcasters, so they should be in the back lines for protection, and Kain's jump ability means that he can attack from the back line with no penalty. This time we have 5 enemies to fight, so let's try out some of Rydia's new magic. The Black Liz is weak against ice, and all of the other enemies have no elemental weaknesses, so we're going to use the Shiva call spell. Shiva is an ice-based call spell, so it's going to deal a ton of damage to the Black Liz, and should still deal heavy damage to all the others. Yep, that was definitely enough to clear them all. Both Cecil and Yong gained a level from that encounter, so we can take a look at their status. Cecil's up to level 27 right now, with 33 strength and 23 willpower. Yong has 44 strength. Wow, Yong is insane. That guy's gonna hit like a truck. That is good progress, but we need to continue our walk across the Underworld. Here we have 2 tortoises and an armadillo. We've seen the armadillo before, but we're not going to see it for long after Yong attacks it. The 2 tortoises are weak against ice magic, and we have Rydia casting her Shiva spell again. Honestly, the Shiva spell is overkill, but we're in an outdoor area right now where we can easily use tents or cabins to get back our magic points, so I just don't see a good reason to be conservative right now. Although as much as I like to see big numbers appear on top of the enemies when I hit them with magic, if we had used something like Ice 2, it may have cast a little bit faster. Let's take a look at Rydia and Rosa's status, because they both leveled up that time. Rosa has 47 willpower, making her just an incredible healer. She's going to be an invaluable ally moving forward. Don't take that path over to the right, it leads to a dead end. You need to follow this path to the magma fields. Here we have the 2 armadillos again, but we were attacked from behind. Honestly, Kain can handle being in the front row, but Rosa taking 180 damage is not good. It's a good thing that we have Yong on the team. He only dealt 144 damage because he's in the back line and he deals half damage when he attacks from back there, but he charmed the enemy, so that guy's going to attack itself, finishing the battle for us. Nice work, Yong. You definitely get credit for that one. Don't worry about walking across the hot cracks in the ground. It won't deal you any damage. It looks like we've encountered 4 Dark Imps, and we get to strike first. Dark Imps are certainly more powerful than your garden variety imps, but they still don't do anything special, and Rydia can kill all of them with a single shot of the virus spell. As we approach the tower, the dwarves will begin to bombard it with their tanks. This is the distraction we need. With Golbez and everyone worried about the attack, we should be able to slip right in the front door. Or of course we can just give up the element of surprise and camp out directly in front of the tower. It seems like this would be a bad idea, but we need to restore our HP and MP, and it doesn't actually change anything. So make sure to use that tent, save the game, and head on in, because it's time for the Tower of Bab-il. The name Tower of Bab-il is of course a thinly veiled biblical reference to the Tower of Babel, and our first battle here is against enemies that are similar to the ones we faced outside. Neither the tortoise nor the dark imp pose a significant threat, so just for fun, we could turn this dark imp into a pig. It doesn't do anything relevant gameplay-wise. Turning an enemy into a pig will prevent it from casting magic spells, and dark imps don't actually cast any magic. So while it is funny to turn it into a pig, it may be better to just have Rydia parry, but those particular enemies are pretty easy to defeat. Over on the left side, you'll find 2 chests, but they only contain ice arrows. There are a lot of fire-based enemies in this dungeon, so if you have Rosa equipped with a bow, ice arrows are a good upgrade versus the other arrows she might be using. So they're probably worth picking up if you're using a bow at all, otherwise you may just want to skip past them. If you found something like the Silent Staff earlier, you may not have much use for ice arrows. Something that you may actually use is this Ether 1. So we'll grab that, and then we'll make our way to the door in the center, which is labeled A. We've certainly seen this configuration of enemies before, so we're just going to speed through it. If you want to humiliate the Dark Imp by turning it into a pig, feel free. And if you want to use any elemental-based attacks against a tortoise, ice-based ones are the best. Kain just leveled up, and if we look at his stats, they seem very low, but that's because he has the Drain Spear equipped, and it reduces all of his stats by 10. And, well, the Tortoise and the 2 Dark Imps again. This is one of the most common battles that we'll see on this floor, so get used to facing these enemies down here. With those guys out of the way, we can get back to our climb, and we're just heading for the only door in this area, the one in the middle. So that will bring us up to the 2nd floor, and over here on the left side, we can find a useful item, the bandana. The bandana is great. This thing adds +5 to vitality and +5 to strength, so it's a great item to equip on Yong. We'll be facing some different monsters on this floor, and this time we have 2 Flame Man and 2 Flame Dogs. We've seen Flame Dogs before. If Flame Dogs are ever the only remaining enemy type on the battlefield, they'll start using their fire attack, which can damage the entire party, so we'll want to get rid of them first. Luckily, they're in the front of this formation, so they're easier for our melee attackers to hit. These guys are all weak against ice, so Ice 2 will deal significant damage to all of them, and Shiva would probably wipe out all 4. Shiva does take a lot more magic to cast, and it also takes longer for it to resolve, so keep that in mind when you're deciding which spell to use. Unlike Tellah, Rosa has a ton of magic points to work with, and she has such a high willpower score that just a few shots of Cure 1 is all that it takes to heal the entire party. I love Tellah for the variety of spells that he could cast, but as far as being a healer goes, no one is better than Rosa. The door in the center of the map labeled B will take you up to the 3rd floor, but there are a couple of smaller rooms here on the 2nd floor that contain excellent weapons that we'll want to visit first. We've seen this fight against 2 Flame Man and 2 Flame Dogs before, so we're just going to speed through it. And once we've cleared those enemies out and picked up the 10 fire arrows that they dropped, we can cure the party and enter the first of these smaller rooms. The one that's closest to us contains the Blizzard Spear, an ice-based weapon that only Kain can use. The chest containing the spear is protected by monsters, but this is just a random encounter. Whenever you fight an egg, as far as the game is concerned, it's not really an egg, that's a black lizard in disguise, and if you hit it hard enough, it will just die, so if you dealt more than 700 damage, you won't even see the monster that's in it. The alert monster works in a similar way, but this thing has a lot more hit points. Anytime that you hit it, it will counter by summoning a monster. Unlike the egg, the alert is not a monster in disguise. It's more like one of those Marion monsters that can summon another monster to the battlefield. Whenever you hit an alert, it counters by summoning a Stone Man, but it won't summon a second Stone Man until the original one has been cleared. So what you want to do is hit the alert one time, the Stone Man will appear, and then you can clear out the alert and then finish the Stone Man so that it won't have a chance to summon a second one. Unless you're interested in fighting multiple Stone Mans for extra experience points. I think the Blizzard Spear is generally better than the Drain Spear, but the Drain Spear was actually very good in that last battle, so maybe we should give it another chance. We can always equip the Blizzard Spear whenever we see fire enemies, and well, okay, here's some fire enemies. So I guess we probably should just equip the Blizzard Spear and go with it. I suppose with the exception of the Marions and the Evil Dolls, all of the random monsters on this floor are weak against ice and use fire type abilities, so now is the time to equip all of your ice stuff. We'll find more ice type gear on this floor as well, including in the chest right in front of us. But let's see how this ice spear works on these enemies. it's going to deal a ton of damage. We still have Cecil using the Fire Sword, which is not great against these enemies, but they don't absorb melee attacks, so they can't actually gain health from the Fire Sword. They will take lesser damage from it though. So we need to find an Ice-type weapon for Cecil right away. Yang gained another level, and before we open the treasure chest here, we should make sure to cure the party. It's just going to be another one of those alert type enemies inside, but you can't run away from monsters that are protecting a treasure, so you never want to open a protected treasure chest if your characters have low HP. I guess to be completely fair, if you opened the chest and all of your characters were about to die, the alert enemy will never actually attack your party, so you could take a moment to heal everyone in battle before you attack it, which causes it to summon the Chimera. Every time an alert summons a new monster, you do get additional experience points for killing that monster. So if you want to just keep killing chimeras over and over again, you can heal your party after you kill off the chimera before you trigger the alert again. You can also heal the alert so that it never dies. These are things you can try, but we don't really need to use any of these tricks to gain more experience points. We're just going to fight the monsters that come to us, and that should get us to pretty decent levels. It's time to equip the Ice Brand, which is going to make Cecil incredible in combat. And Rosa just leveled up, so you can see that now she has 48 willpower. Kain can also use the Ice Brand, but Cecil can't use the Blizzard Spear, so we should probably have Cecil use the sword, and Kain will use his very specific weapon. Because these Black Liz enemies are weak against ice, Kain hits hard enough from the back row without jumping by using his Ice Spear that he can still kill one of these guys in a single hit. Jumping takes a little bit longer than a basic melee attack, so you can save a little bit of time by just having him attack instead of jump when you face those enemies. Once we have the Ice Brand and the Blizzard Spear, we've picked up all of the items on floor 2, and we can head up to floor 3, where we'll find a Cat Claw. The Cat Claw is just one of the best weapons in the entire game, and we may have been able to find one earlier from those Panther enemies that we fought. But if you didn't find one yet, or even if you did, you may want to equip Yang with 2 Cat Claws, because look at the change. +5 strength and +5 agility. Not only that, if you hit an enemy while wearing the Cat Claw, it may fall asleep. The Cat Claw is so powerful that even later in the game when we get Edge, a character that can equip swords that actually add to your attack, I still like to equip him with the Cat Claw because the benefits are just worth it. The best thing about the Cat Claw is that +5 agility means that Yang will just get a lot more turns in battle. So you'll notice that his turn just keeps coming up a lot more frequently than many of the other characters. And I think an aim shot from some ice arrows should easily get rid of this Black Liz. And that will do it for this fight. We'll take our 780 experience points, and it looks like Rydia leveled up this time. We also found some Medusa arrows. Cool. There are a couple more treasure chests on this floor, but none of them are as exciting as the Cat Claw. So if you wanted to skip the other 2, you wouldn't be missing very much. These enemies are all weak against ice, so we'll give them a blast of ice too, and we'll have Kain attack the Black Liz in the back row using his jump attack. The ice 2 may just take out the tortoises right away. Yep, that's what happened. So we probably didn't need to use jump so that Kain could get to the back row. And we certainly didn't, because these enemies are history. Over here on the right, we're going to be able to pick up a Cure 2, which is an okay item. And down at the bottom, we'll find a Life Potion, which is slightly less exciting. We can very easily cast the Life spell with Rosa right now, and we'll only really need to use Life Potions if she dies. If you're using a bow with Rosa, the Archer Bow is a noticeable improvement. It adds plus 20 to attack, and it gives a bonus of plus 5 to strength, so it is certainly better than the great bow she had before. Here we have a somewhat awkward set of monsters. The 3 tofu are from the Flan family, and they're blue, so these ones are weak against ice magic. You won't be able to effectively damage them using melee attacks. On the other hand, you have the Chimera, which absorbs elemental magic. So you'll want to use ice magic against all of the enemies, but if it hits that Chimera, it's going to heal it. What we need to do is have our melee attackers focus on the Chimera, while Rydia attempts to cast Ice 2 on all of the enemies. Hopefully between Cecil and Yong's attacks and Kain's jump, we'll be able to kill the Chimera before Rydia's Ice 2 goes off, and then her Ice 2 will simply clear the tofus and win the battle. Over in this corner, we'll find a Life Potion, and we should probably have Rosa heal the party again. A couple of our characters are down to lower amounts of HP, so we'll fix up Cecil and Rosa herself, and it looks like we're mostly good to go. We'll head back through door D, and from here we need to go all the way around to the doorway labeled C on the map. That's the only way that we'll be able to move on. We've been attacked from behind here, and we've seen these enemies before, but that last fight against the Chimera and the 3 tofus was not a good showcase of what that ice brand we found can do. This fight, on the other hand, will be a great test of its abilities. We just need to flip our front and back lines here, hopefully before Rydia gets killed. She's just flailing her arms. Alright, there we go. Kain's going to jump to take out the enemy in the back line. Rosa's ice arrows with aim should be very good against a flame dog, and there's the ice brand dealing over 2200 damage. That's almost twice as much as was needed to take out that flame dog. And you can see our party is much better against fire enemies now. We did take a bit of a beating because of that attacked from behind situation, and Rosa was down to 200 something hit points, so you need to make sure that you're healing between battles. You never know when attack from behind could happen, and it could be pretty bad. We made it over here to door C, well, we almost did, but first we have to face 2 whole black Lizzes. Well, these guys are not going to last long against the Ice Brand and the Blizzard Spear. Yeah, Yong didn't even have a chance to attack that time. We didn't get a whole lot out of it, but at least we can move on upstairs. Good news, everyone. Over here on the left side of the 4th floor, we'll find a save point, where we can use a tent or perhaps a cabin, and we'll be able to refill our HP and MP, and of course, we'll be able to save the game. So don't forget to do that. If you were to die, you would not want to go back to the beginning of this tower or the last time that we saved. So take advantage of this save point, and then we'll be able to continue our journey up the tower. We'll need to go across this bridge to proceed, and up here on floor 4, there's a slightly different set of monsters for us to fight, and this time we're facing 2 chimeras. We've seen chimeras before, and we know that they're resistant to most types of black magic, but what do they actually do? Well, not a whole lot, it turns out. They'll mostly just fight whenever they get their turn, and they don't do any types of counterattacks. If a chimera is the only remaining monster, it will use its blaze magic against the party, which can hit multiple party members. And there's the blaze magic right there. That blaze is pretty powerful, so once there's only one Chimera left, you'll want to get rid of it quickly. Chimeras are worth a good amount of experience points, and after that battle, Kain leveled up. Let's take a look at his status. I'm sure that his stats are going to be much higher now that he's not using that Drain Spear. And they absolutely are. Some of our characters took a bit of a beating in that battle, so Rosa can cure us, and then we'll be able to continue on. Over on the right side of this map, we'll find several small rooms, a couple of which contain treasure. The treasures that we'll find are good ones, but the treasure chests are protected by monsters again. It's just those alert enemies, and we've seen these before. This time, whenever we hit the alert, it's going to summon a Naga. So there it is, a green Naga. The Naga has no particular weakness, and once we've summoned the Naga, we will want to clear out the alert so that it won't be able to summon another one after we clear out the first Naga. This Naga only has 900 hit points, and it is vulnerable to stop magic. Stop magic will make it stop taking actions entirely. As you can see, that Naga is not doing anything right now. Once those enemies are destroyed, we'll be able to collect our reward, the Ice Shield. The Ice Shield is slightly better defensively than the Fire Shield, but that's not why it's exciting. It will protect us from fire-based attacks, and it has the downside of making us weak against ice-based attacks, but we're already wearing the fire armor. When wearing the fire armor and the ice shield at the same time, we'll get all the resistance to both fire and ice without the weakness. So resistances overwrite weaknesses in this game. That's how it works. In this room, we'll be able to pick up the ice armor, which is another great item, but before we can get to that, we'll have to go through this one Chimera. Chimeras are resistant to most types of black magic, but they're not resistant to viruses. And here we have two Chimeras that we have to face before we can get to the chest. They really don't want us to get there. But one Chimera, two Chimeras, it doesn't make much of a difference. We'll have our melee attacks focus on the Chimera in the front, and we'll have Rydia finish off the one in the back with a well-timed virus spell. So that should easily get us through this battle, and we can finally attempt to open that treasure chest. Believe it or not, this chest contains another one of those alert monsters, although this one can summon a flame dog, so this is the most dangerous alert we've faced thus far. Of course, when we faced flame dogs before, the fire armor that Cecil was wearing would have been a vulnerability, but now that he's paired it with the ice shield, he won't have a weakness to fire at all. In fact, Cecil is resistant to fire, even though he's wearing that fire armor. This would be very obvious if the flame dog used its fire magic against us, but our party is just too powerful. That flame dog never stood a chance. Cecil managed to level up here, and we were able to pick up that ice armor. Now, if you were only worried about defense, you would want to equip both the ice armor and the ice shield, but it makes a lot more sense to equip the ice armor, which has higher defense than the fire armor, but then pair it with the fire shield so that you get the benefits of both resistance to fire and ice. Sacrificing a few points of defense to be resistant to ice magic instead of weak against it is almost certainly worth it. And here we have the Chimera with the 3 tofu again. Just like we did previously, we're going to have all of our melee attackers focus on the Chimera, and we're going to have Rydia cast Ice 2 so that she can clear out the tofu. We won't want to use any melee attacks against the tofu enemies because it's just not going to work, and the Ice 2 went off a little bit early here, so that actually healed the Chimera. It's not going to matter though. Once Kain landed on him, he was dead anyways. Just as we always do, we'll cure the party, and then we will continue working our way to the upper left corner, where we're going to find the doorway labeled E on the map that will bring us up to the next floor. So that's where we need to go. We're just going to keep heading over here, and before we can make it, we have to face 2 tortoise and 2 black Liz. You'd think a giant tortoise monster with a hard spiky shell and alligator teeth would have higher defense, but these guys can be easily dealt with using melee attacks, and of course Ice 2 should wipe out any enemies that are still remaining whenever Rydia manages to cast it. You certainly don't have to cast something like Shiva, which takes longer and costs more magic points. Doesn't look like we're even going to need the Ice 2, although we might cast it here. Oh, yeah. A little bit of overkill for that Black Liz that probably only had less than 200 hit points remaining, but we got out of the battle, and that's all that matters. So we'll just keep heading towards the door, and there it is. This floor is a little bit more straightforward. There's not a lot of treasure up here. This chest contains 2,000 gold, so you might want to grab this one, or you may just want to walk by it. It's not that critical that you pick it up. The door in the middle is locked right now. That's why it's red on your map, so we can't go into door F at the moment, so we're just going to ignore it and walk by. Floor 5 has some different enemy configurations, but we've definitely seen 3 Black Liz before, so we know what to do here. Just hammer away at them with your melee attackers, and because we have so many ice-based weapons at this point, these guys should easily be defeated. Gradual petrification against Rydia is not going to do a whole lot. It might slow her down a smidge, but the battle will be over before she ever turns to stone. So we're walking right past the stairs that lead you to door F because it's locked and we can't get in there. And we can see treasure chest number 15 over here, which contains a cure 2. So we'll add that to our inventory, and then we'll make our way towards door G, which will take us up to the next floor. We can't access this entire floor right now, so we'll just go through door H and continue to floor 7. Here on floor 7, we are very close to the top of the tower, and we're also very close to the next boss battle, so now's a great time to use a tent or a cabin and save the game. While we're here, we picked up some new armor in this tower, and Kain can actually wear a lot of the same equipment that Cecil can, so we should probably give him some of our hand-me-down items, or the ice shield, which is actually better than the one that Cecil's using right now. With the ice shield and the fire armor, he will also have the benefit of protection against ice and fire magics without the weaknesses that he would normally get from those items. Well, here's a new enemy type we haven't seen before, a Medusa. Medusas will use a technique called Ray that inflicts gradual petrification against your party members whenever the Medusa is with other enemies. Whenever a Medusa is alone, it will attempt to fight your party, but we didn't give it much of a chance to do that. This time Rosa and Yong gained a level, and we can take a look at their status. At level 29, Yong has 49 strength, 44 vitality, and 29 agility, which is just incredible, and Rosa has 49 willpower. And along with that, she learned the Size spell, which we won't use very much in combat, but we may use to cure the mini status on our own characters. On this floor, you may run into an alert enemy that's not protecting a treasure chest, and whenever you attack it, it will spawn one of 3 possible enemies: a Naga, a Flame Dog, or a Chimera. Whichever one it summons, if you clear out the Chimera and then attack the alert again, it will always summon the same enemy type, so if it summons a Naga the first time, it's not going to summon a Flame Dog the second time. It'll just keep making more Nagas. Keep that in mind if you're trying to farm them for experience points. Let's assume for a moment that you did want to use these alert enemies to try to get large amounts of experience points. Well, you want to try to hit the alert to trigger the enemy appearing with an attack that's not going to deal a lot of damage, so that you'll be able to hit that alert multiple times without killing it. This time we summoned a Naga, and a Naga is one of the easiest enemies to kill of the ones that could be summoned by the alert, although I think if you want to try to farm levels using this enemy type, you want to look for one that summons Chimeras, because those give you 2,300 experience points each, and they only have 700 hit points, so you get a lot of bang for your buck. If you take damage while you're trying to farm these enemies, once you've cleared out the Naga, you could cure your characters using magic before you hit the alert and summon another enemy. The alert itself will never try to attack you, and will just sit there identifying objects until you finally make it summon something. So basically, we're just trying to quickly remove the Naga as soon as it appears, and then we'll hit the alert to get another one, like some kind of weird mechanical piñata. It would be nice if our attacks were killing the Naga in a single hit. We're getting really close, hitting it at over 800 damage, but we need to be hitting at over 900 to clear it in a single shot. And we'll just make one more Naga appear here. We'll try to finish off this battle this time. And you'll be able to see how many experience points we can gather from just a single battle by using this technique. Now that you've seen this in action and you have a good understanding of how this enemy type works, later on in the game, we're going to meet a more powerful version of the alert, and I'll show you a trick where we'll be able to gain so many experience points that our characters will gain multiple levels in just a few minutes. So that's going to be a little bit down the road, but keep that in mind for later. One last thing that I'll say about these alert enemies for now is that because they don't actually attack you, they are very easy to run away from if you simply don't want to deal with them. After picking up the Ether 2 from the chest, we'll head through the door labeled I on the map, which will bring us up to the 8th floor, where it's time for us to face a boss, Dr. Lugae and Balnab. So make sure everyone is cured up and ready to go before you approach this guy. One more shot of Cure 1 from Rosa should do it. Almost everyone is at full health except for Yang, but I think that's going to be close enough. As we get closer to the doctor, we overhear him having a conversation with someone named Rubicant. Rubicant vanishes before we can learn more about him, and the doctor still doesn't know that we're here. He not only doesn't know that we're here, but he bounces around like a little kid that just got left home alone for the first time. He is very excited to be the leader of this tower right now. Well, we had the element of surprise until Rydia had to open her mouth. Now the doctor knows that we're here, and it seems like he was waiting for Cecil to arrive. Kain tells the doctor that he should call for help. Don't give him any ideas, Kain. Whose side are you on here? Well, looks like we have no choice. It's time to face Dr. Lugae and his beloved child, Balnab. Similarly to when we fought the Kalbrena, we want to try to evenly distribute the damage to both of these bosses so that we can try to clear them at almost the same time. If we fail to do so and kill the doctor first, Balnab will explode, dealing heavy damage to one of our party members, and we still need to fight another battle after this, so would rather that didn't happen. if we kill Balnab first, then we'll have to fight another boss called Balnab Z, and that boss is much more powerful. Rosa's slow spell can help out here. When one of the two bosses dies, the other one will need to actually get its turn to explode or combine into the Balnab Z. Rydia should use her Titan spell, which will deal heavy damage to both bosses, and beyond that, we just want to try to evenly distribute our attacks to the bosses with our melee attackers, using Kain to attack Dr. Lugae with his jump, because Dr. Lugae is in the back row, and trying to evenly hit the other two. You'll likely get rid of Lugae first, but if you time everything up correctly, we'll be able to finish Balnab off before he can explode. But let's take a look at Balnab Z. If you want to see this boss, simply clear out Balnab as quickly as you can and wait for Dr. Lugae to get his turn. He'll say, "I'll operate him directly now," and then we'll be able to fight the combined form of the boss. Ideally, you'd like to avoid facing Balnab Z. This thing hits super hard with 114 attack power, and if you don't kill it fast enough, it'll do that explode attack, which will deal heavy damage to one of your party members. So you need to go all out against this guy, use Rydia's virus spell, have Rosa cast slow on it so that it won't get to the explosion turn quite as quickly, and don't worry about healing anyone, you just have to go all in against this monster. With a good focus, you will be able to defeat Balnab Z, but I said before that there's a second boss that we need to face here, and this time it's going to be Dr. Lugae alone. Honestly, this battle is a lot easier than the previous one, assuming that none of your characters are in critical condition. You may want to have Yong switch to the Thunder Claw. Keep the Cat Claw on, but this guy counts as a mech, so the Thunder Claw will make Yong deal insane amounts of damage to him. Dr. Lugae's first move is to transform into the mech, and then immediately poison the entire party. This will deal damage over time. That's why it matters if any of your party are in critical condition, because for the rest of the fight, Dr. Lugae won't deal that much damage with his remaining attacks. We can have Rosa cast slow so that Dr. Lugae gets even fewer turns in battle, but with Yong using the Thunder Claw, he could almost win this fight on his own. 2 shots from him and a couple attacks from our other characters should be able to easily win this battle. And with that, Dr. Lugae is defeated. Rydia gained a level, so I guess that's the good news. The bad news is, Rubicon took all of the crystals, so they aren't here for us to get back. Even worse, Dr. Lugae has some sort of super cannon, and he's going to use it to annihilate the Dwarf Castle. This is not good. We need to stop that super cannon, but that's all the time we have left in this episode. Make sure to join us next time, where we'll finally explore the Underworld, we'll earn the most powerful summon magic in the game, and we'll go toe-to-toe with the 4th and final Fiend of the Elements. Until then, thanks for watching.